secret daughter, it's Molly Walsh. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, standing out from the crowd, it's Richard Ayoade. Golly Josh, it's Josh Widdicombe. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, a half-hour session of lovemaking burns between 150 and 250 calories, which means every time I make love, I burn 3 calories. Oceanographers say killer whales are actually dolphins. Dolphins are actually gay sharks. And sharks are just bears that have been shaved and pushed into the sea. 40% of blokes have named their car. I call mine Jimmy. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John's team, what do you think people have been talking about this week?
Mike Tindall, naughty old Mike Tindall, has been filmed online in a club cavorting with a lady. And he said, no, it's all right, we were friends from uni. And then someone remembered that he didn't go to uni. And then he said, oh, it's all right, it was a friend from the wedding. Which is good, because it means if that's what he's doing to wedding guests, at some point in the next couple of weeks, the Queen is going to get it.
Can we get a picture of him?
It looks like a big toe.
I can absolutely see that. Yes, he does.
The only thing they saw him do is he rubbed his face into her breasts. Went like that. If you're a rugby player, that's basically a scrum.
There was no sound on the video, so this is all... That's in your head, you've seen that.
Well, there's got to be some noise. If you've seen his face and her breasts, there's going to be a noise. You put those two together, it's not going to be... It's going to be... at the very least.
I should make it clear, we don't know exactly what happened with Mike Tindall and this girl.
The main objection I would have had to it was a dwarf throwing event. I mean, surely that's where your moral compass gets a bit screwy. If you're at a dwarf throwing event and there's people chucking dwarves around, I don't know, I wouldn't feel like I really knew what was right or wrong anyway, you know. The dwarves are flying past you, go, I don't know, am I in a real world or not? Is it all right if I rub my face in her breasts? I don't know what's right and what's wrong anymore.
I think the one thing you wouldn't feel is what Tindall felt, which is horny. I think we were watching a dwarf going, bloody hell, I really fancy that woman.
If the cinematic history of New Zealand has taught us anything, it's that nobody tosses a dwarf.
Well, surprisingly, that's not one of the most talked about things, but this is the story that Mike Tindall was spotted on CCTV acting inappropriately with a mystery blonde. Tindall was chatting to the girl at a dwarf-throwing contest. It was entirely innocent. He just wanted her to help him toss off his little fella. Sean's team, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
I think everybody's talking about Dale Farm.
Dale Farm, it sounds lovely. Whereabouts is that?
Sounds like a nice little children's programme, doesn't it?
Today on Dale Farm, someone's throwing bricks at the police.
I don't understand. It's one of those things that draws people sort of step on one side of a line or the other, don't they? Like if you read the Daily Mail, you want the gypsies to go. I don't think there's any Daily Mail reader in the country who thinks, I think they should be able to stay on that land. And the more Guardian reading side would go, well, you know, there's other circumstances here. The point is that they've built on land, not only that they don't have planning permission for, they don't own. So if they are allowed to stay, you know, I should be allowed to go there and build something that I want to build. Like a foghorn factory. Something I've always... This is a crazy dream I've always had. They made an episode of Grand Designs about Dale Farm. I remember the strapline of one episode was, winter's drawing in, and they still haven't got planning permission.
Yes, they built loads of houses without planning permission, and then they built a wall to keep the bailiffs from coming in, which they didn't have planning permission for either.
Yeah.
I love that, though. Gypsies versus bailiffs. That's like a Sky TV fight that most people would pay to see. That would be awesome.
And they can fight as well, these travellers. I mean, I fought a few in the day, and they are tough. They love a
So
love
you
a
know
scrap.
that Snatch is a film, not a documentary.
That's the weirdest thing about the whole thing, is those shots of caravans and people have written stuff on them to, you know, sympathy, sort of graffiti on their caravan saying, I'm really ill, please don't chuck me out of my caravan.
Have a look at this. This is my favourite one. Sick person here. That's where the local nonce lives.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, I'm not sure if that's the case.
Well, one of the strangest ones is the girl has had her neck attached to some kind of noose.
Oh,
It
yeah.
says if you open this gate, she will die.
Have a look at this. Have a look. So, danger of death. Behind this gate is a woman attached by her neck. If you attempt to open this gate, you will kill her, so it'll be your fault.
I think that's really ramping up. It's like a new sort of fairground attraction, isn't it? It used to be like just hooking a duck. Open the gate, kill the lady. Maybe I've got the wrong spirit there.
I had a similar incident where I came out of my house and a spider had built a web across my door.
This is not a similar incident. Oh, is that Basildon Council? I have some advice for you. A similar thing.
It's a similar tense. I can't come out because I'll get stuck in the web and die.
How long had you been in your house?
Baffles me that people are always surprised. So there's the gypsy community very angry. But they live in caravans. Like, I'd be a bit testy if I had to listen to my nan having a dump while I was having toast.
They kept saying, oh, it's going to be a war. And then the first quote I read of someone who was going down as reinforcements for a gypsy was 70-year-old Anne Livingston from Norwich. It's hardly Platoon if she turns up.
They're calling it the Battle for Basildon, and apparently the town hasn't seen a crisis like this since they ran out of fake tan.
It is like The Only Way is Essex meets Big Fat Gypsy Wedding. You've even got, like, a guy from Big Brother in them. It's like a reality TV wet dream.
There was a gypsy in Big Brother this year, Kerry Katona. Have a look and see whether Dale Farm is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the saga of the ongoing Dale Farm gypsy evictions. Has it really come to the point where 400 families can't illegally build an entire illegal town on an illegal campsite illegally without Johnny Law getting involved? OK, fingers on buzzers. Two things still to get. Amir, what else have you been talking about?
I read in the news about that 1.5 billion.
This is the trader at UBS.
trader, yeah.
£1.5 billion he lost, and they've discovered it and they arrested him last week.
What I find amazing, though, that they can lose £1.5 billion and nobody notices. But if I go £5 over my overdraft, I get, like, a 40-quid letter straight away.
If ever there's a work meeting you want filmed, though, it's that one, though, isn't it? Of him going, Jim, can I have a word? What is it, a new deal? I've lost 10 billion. You've what? I've only lost 1.5. So, I imagine you're actually relieved now.
He was arrested at, was it 3:30 a.m.
Yeah.
at the bank's offices. They arrested him. I just got this idea. He was there with the officers trying to shred himself. He was just going...
It's pretty bad. Richard, any thoughts on road traders?
I'm trying not to get involved. I'm just here for companionship and, you know, to meet people and, frankly, just to be out. I should have more opinions on this rogue trading story. I haven't. I just don't think perhaps this is the forum to solve it. And as such, I just think we should move on to less fiscally difficult matters.
Let's have a look and see whether the road trader is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, a rogue UBS trader has been charged after losing £1.5 billion. The only way this guy could be in more trouble is if he'd looted the money from JD Sports. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. What else has the nation been talking about this week?
Is it the Ken Loach retrospective at the BFI?
Well, I believe they have a new print of Kes that is pretty special.
Yeah. Do yourself a favour, get down.
OK, fingers on buzzers. Not you, Richard.
I just, you know, it's become needlessly combative, Jimmy. As I've said, I'm just here for the day out. I've had a lovely time. And let's move on and do some bloody great quizzing.
Surely everyone's talking about the Liberal Democrat conference.
Try and stop me. Yay! Birmingham for a week with Lib Dems? Come on!
They've really been rumbled now, haven't they? Like, last year they were the cool party, and now you look at them and they all just look a bit weird. Like, any Liberal Democrat, like Sarah Tether and Danny Alexander, they just look like, if you ask them if they wanted a drink, they'd say, oh, I don't like drink, I just never like the taste. Oh, sod off.
See, my favourite guy that attended was the guy that had... he was a big Lib Dem, but he had a full-body tattoo.
That is a bad look when a whole audience goes, ooh. That is an error.
What I like about that is that you're looking at him, at no point you're thinking, well, that's a bad haircut.
Do you know what I love about him more than anything? I love the fact he goes, well, I'm going to the Lib Dem conference, better put a tie on.
At least he's unique. At least he's like, no single unique thing has come out of the Liberal... There was a point in Nick Clegg's speech where he genuinely says, do you know, the Lib Democrats, what we need to do is not just stop bad things, but do good things. Hallelujah, thank God someone said it. It's time for goodies in power. I haven't bought this cape for no reason. I can fly!
There was this thing with Nick Clegg. There was a Daily Mail story about how they'd said he was going to stand down, or had promised his wife he was going to stand down. And he said it was 2,000% wrong, which presumably means they could have been 1,900% less wrong, and they still would have been 100% wrong. It's a fantastic margin of error.
It's a hell of a thing.
They had, Hugh Grant was there, and they said he had a 7-minute breakfast with Nick Clegg. He's clearly done that thing you do on a blind date where you go, just phone me 7 minutes in. If it's going badly, I'll pretend there's an emergency. What, Colin Firth dropped out of a rom-com? Yeah, I'll be there fast, don't worry.
Should we have a look and see whether the Lib Dems is one of the most talked about things this week? Let's have a look. Yes, indeed. So, those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, the IMF has lowered Britain's growth forecast from jack shit to fuck all. And a 5.4-tonne NASA satellite is expected to fall back to Earth on Friday. Although officials cannot say exactly where it will hit, they're hoping Dale Farm. So at the end of that round, I can tell you that Sean, Holly and Amir have 2 points. John, Josh and Richard have 1. Sean, Holly and Amir, pick a question.
Well, I think we have to go for the boxing picture.
OK, all right. What do British people prefer, ballet or boxing?
I think boxing.
Yeah.
You think?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Who knew Amir was going to go boxing?
You know what? you get a lot of women now who like boxing. When I fight, 65% of my tickets are bought by women. And I don't know if that's because of boxing or because of me, so I don't know.
Yeah. It's definitely the boxing.
Women you never think about women going to a boxing fight. It's like women going to a football match. I mean, you get a lot going, but 65%.
I've got another shot for you. They're in the pubs now.
Where's it going to end, Sean? They're going to be driving.
I went to the bloody laundrette the other day. There's a man doing the service washes. The world's gone mental. What I want to know about this question is, when you say ballet or boxing, is it to watch or to take part?
Oh, to watch.
I like boxing. I like watching boxing. I think they should make it a bit more entertaining, though, by having car horns in the gloves.
Amir, I've got a boxing question for you.
Go on,
OK, youngest ever Olympic medal winner, I believe.
Yep.
You got silver.
Yep.
Silver in boxing, that is second. There's only 2 of you in there.
did he become third?
Yeah, that went to the ref.
28 of us in the whole competition in that one division.
Yeah.
I was the youngest. I mean, all the rest were like 30.
It was amazing to watch. It was amazing. I don't see why you can't still be in the Olympics, because the tennis players are in it.
Exactly. It's the only sport, I think, which don't let professionals get involved in the Olympic Games. Imagine they did, it would be so competitive, it would be brilliant.
So once you've gone professional, you can't go back to being unprofessional?
No, amateur.
Amateur.
Yeah,
Amateur.
Professional. I'm not sloppy. They don't just turn up with one glove. No, professional. He's wearing skis, for Christ's sake. It's a boxing match.
You've got pretty good reactions. Yeah, that's the thing about being super
lightweight.
Super lightweight. So it's all about the reactions. It's about the speed. The speed is incredible.
I mean, speed is power, innit?
OK, well, I want you to obviously have a good experience this evening. I want you to learn something. Have a look at this American schoolboy. Watch and learn.
Are you going trick-or-treating?
No, probably.
They've clearly set it up as a bit of a gag, and we're going to shock him. He's going to be scared. Not that scared.
You knocked him out, put him back in the bin. Yeah. That was a good show, wasn't it? Around the gym.
The other thing that, I mean, whatever. I'm not telling you how to suck eggs. I'm not your coach. I can't teach you how to win the fight. I can just guide you. Have a look at this, and I want you to think about this when you step in the ring. Yeah, have a look.
That was 1993, so it's sad to think that both of those cats are probably now dead.
I want to know when they stopped, because like in the boxing, they used to box like that. Like 100 years ago, people used to box.
You're age away, man. I mean, it's changed now.
It's changed. I'm not 100.
That's the pictures.
50 years
that's
ago,
how they used to pose. They didn't used to go like that, did they?
Have you not seen?
did.
Have you not seen the Sherlock Holmes films? They definitely did. They used to punch like that.
They're not documentaries. That's not how Sherlock Holmes fought.
Yes, it is.
Hang on, Sherlock Holmes did not exist.
They used to put them
When you knock someone, you've knocked people out, don't you? Occasionally.
In the ring,
In the ring, yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, I didn't mean. I wasn't asking you to do something for me. It must feel amazing, but also there must be a part of it when you knock someone out. You're thinking, brilliant, I'll finish work early.
Yeah, they always said to me...
Mate, I'm off.
Yeah, you know...
So how quickly do you get home after the fight? Because that's a brilliant point, isn't it? If you knock him out and then you go, West Wing's on.
It just depends. It depends where the fight is. Normally, I can be home within an hour. With going to the fight, having the fight, and then coming back home, an hour.
That would have made a terrible ending to Rocky, which is how soon he was back on his sofa watching the television. Yeah, I'm home, love. Yeah, sorry, love.
Adrian!
World champion.
Adrian, can you make us a cup of tea? So what's the biggest audience you've fought in front of?
About 35,000.
Yep. 35,000. Where was that?
That was in Cardiff.
And was that like, was it an official thing or was it on the street?
What's the biggest audience Ballet get? Do you know?
Oh, when I did ballet, there was 36,000. And 66% of them were men. So...
Have you been to the ballet shop?
Well, I'm part of the whole ballet boom going on at the moment. People go and watch a ballet, and it's people telling a story only using their legs. That's just cosmic, man. So they're just using their legs, like that, dancing around using their legs, and people going, it's like Skippy. It's like, what? The princess has been taken to the castle by the Wicked Witch? And they go, yeah. But it's great, just people telling a story only using legs. How good is that?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
OK, well, let's get an answer on this. John?
Ballet, I think, are we?
OK.
Yep. Right, guys?
You're going ballet? What do you think?
Voice of the people.
Boxing.
All right, I can tell you the answer is 56% of people prefer boxing to ballet. That's very cool. For those who haven't seen Black Swan, it's a powerful story about a man who gets a blowjob for going to watch a film about ballet. I'm pretty sure that was my take-home message. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Top way to boost your self-confidence. Go on.
I had a joint birthday party with someone with less friends than me. I've never felt so high in my life.
John, how did you feel about that?
Is it have a drink before you leave the house?
Number 4 is get drunk, yeah. To boost your self-confidence, a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
See those guys in the park, they're having a whale of a time.
Yeah. They could take on the world.
They could take on the pigeons.
Say anything for the guys in the park. They're not in there going, oh, I feel like we're getting stared at. I think there's too much corned beef on this jacket. Let's be honest, this question. Most people do not lack self-confidence. You want to go watch The X Factor and watch swaggering arseholes. The question should be, how do you undermine people? Because most people just need bringing down a peg or two. All these pop stars with that they do, innit? How do they do that?
Just changing your toothpaste. Does that improve self-confidence? A lot of adverts I see suggest that by switching a brand of toothpaste, you can really give not just your teeth, but your whole life a bit of a lift.
I find the best way is to lie to yourself. About who you are, what you've done, and where you're going.
What sort of thing have you told yourself, Richard?
That it's all right.
That is a massive lie.
It is a lie. I mean, it's factual. I mean, look, it's not true.
And what about where you're going? What do you say to yourself?
Yeah, I say I am going somewhere. Which is that on the...
That's not one of the things. OK, top way to boost your self-confidence.
Go to the gym.
Working out.
Oh.
That's the right answer.
Exercise.
Yeah, the top way to boost your self-confidence is to get fit. Of course, you don't need to get fit. If Gok Wan has taught us anything, it's that the easiest way to boost your self-confidence is to strip down to your bra and pants and stand in the window of Debenhams. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Josh and Richard have 1 point. Sean, Holly and Amir have 4 points, which means Sean's team are tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune into 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Saturday. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, you can count on her. It's Carol Vorderman. Having the last laugh, it's Sara Pascoe. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, news just in, it's Christian Guru-Murthy. Smile like you mean it, it's Rob Beckett. And their team captain, John Love. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Thanks very much. Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 73% of women believe men should always pay for a first date? I took a girl on a date, and at the end of the night, she said, I want to go Dutch and shag my mate Lars. 36% of people in their 70s say they live life with a permanent smile on their face. They're not happy, it's just their false teeth are too big. And 19% of men worry about their moobs, but moobs are nothing to be ashamed of, just as long as they're not so big that when you look down you can't see your mangina. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight, it's our panellist's job to guess the British public's top 5 most talked about stories of the year. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about?
Is it gay marriage?
Gay marriage?
That's been
Tell
happening,
me
isn't
more.
it? Well, they're allowed to get married now, aren't they? Gay men and women. Is it? You're looking at me like I've just shit on my head. What's going on?
It was a weird way you said it there. You said gays can get married now, men and women.
I felt pressured to expand, but when I said gay marriage, I think that pretty much sums it up in 2 words. Everyone looks at me and I thought, well, I'm going to have to add a bit more info. I'm going to have to press... I felt like I was pressing I on the Sky control. Unnecessarily, because if I see a programme that says gay marriage, I think, hello, gay marriage.
What do you mean by gay marriage?
Basically, it's when gay men and women
Get married to each other, so
Yeah.
the gay men marry the women.
I don't even know what's happening.
It became this massive thing, and now it's just kind of happened, and no one can really understand what the fuss was about.
Well, there was various people saying there was going to be floods, didn't there?
Yes.
One of the UKIP, whatever they're called, spokespersons. He said that there will be biblical flooding if there's gay marriage. And if you think about it, we've just had a fantastic summer and a very balmy autumn. So I'd just like to say to all the gay and lesbian people out there, thanks a lot for that. I wore shorts on Halloween. Enjoyed it. So thanks for the lovely weather.
It would be brilliant if that was true, though, wouldn't it? If that actually worked. If, like, gay people having sex caused it to rain. Because if it was a really hot summer and it was, like, a hosepipe ban, my garden was, like, struggling. Like, because my mate's gay, I could be like, you don't mind giving him one, dear? My gypsophilias are falling apart.
Are you against it, Christian? Were you against it from the start?
Gay marriage?
Yeah.
No, I've been very pro it. Always.
I was just trying to catch you out. Yeah. You go, yes, it's an abomination.
We used to have to do these debates on the news between people who felt very strongly for it and against it, and it was just like, it's just marriage. It's probably a mistake, whatever you're doing.
But you can't express an opinion one way or the other. You just have to host the debates.
Yes,
between the...
try and stay as neutral as possible.
Do you ever try and show it in your eyes?
Yeah.
With a wink. Yeah.
Try and show us that you approve of gay marriage just in your eyes.
Yeah, there it is.
Is it not difficult if you've got someone on who's talking nonsense about saying, it's going to flood, it's awful, and you're trying, you obviously have to have, like, a proper debate with him, but aren't you just thinking, oh, fuck off, mate?
You just ask increasingly aggressive questions until they...
Yeah, until you get the answer. What do you fucking say?
You know how gay men have, they have a gaydar? They can spot another gay man, by certain things.
I think a lot of us have got gaydars.
Do you think they also have a straight dar? That they can spot straight men? They go, he's straight, he bought some jeans, didn't try them on, that kind of thing.
Literally, my first thought there was, what kind of an idiot would buy jeans without trying them on? There's so many different cuts.
They're the same size as the ones you just threw in the bin. But I think that, obviously a big step towards equality, gay marriage, but the real sign of true equality is when there's arranged gay marriages. When you find out you're marrying Terry from Leicester.
I don't think, even if I was gay, I think I'd struggle to have a gay wedding, just because some of my family members, like the older ones, I was not as open-minded. Do you know what I mean? So if I was saying, like, gay marriage at the front, when they say, any reason why they should not be wed? Like my old uncle, like, they're two geezers! No, that's allowed now, uncle, chill out.
Are you referencing a specific uncle there?
Yeah, I am, but I'm not going to tell his name.
What is his name then?
Mohammed. My uncle Mohammed.
Very good answer. John, you're getting married. How are your wedding plans?
I'm getting married next year.
Are you?
There's been a lot of talk of sham.
What?
Yes.
No. He's still got to find the bride.
Did you always have a romantic ideal of what your wedding would be like, or was it all a new experience?
In the interests of upholding my masculinity, I just say, I don't care, mate.
Yeah, look.
Don't give a shit. I'll get on it. We'll have an argument as per.
Stop trying not to cry. It's very
That said, John, what are you going to wear?
I'm wearing a navy blue three-piece because I have to match the bridesmaids, apparently. Heaven forfend I would get to choose my own. I wanted those Indian wedding suits.
Oh,
They are
lovely.
exquisite.
They're gorgeous.
Wasn't allowed that.
Why?
I'm not Indian, apparently.
Let's have a look and see if gay marriage is up there. Of course. John, what do you think have been the biggest stories this year?
The biggest stories of the year?
You know what I was gossiping about?
What were you gossiping about?
It's girls versus boys tonight, isn't it?
Are people laughing because you just called John Richardson a girl?
I presume that's why they were laughing, yeah.
What's wrong with being a girl?
Yeah.
Can I just say that
You're not a girl, are you?
Well, I mean, I'd rather fight this fight myself. You're not doing anything. You're calling me a girl. Ladies, deal with this, please. I'm too upset to speak at the moment. I have a penis.
John, wrong meeting.
I have a girlfriend and testicles and some whiskey and a fridge. I mean, we can carry on with the things I've got. Got a hammer.
Got a hammer?
I tried to put up some shelves.
And?
Doesn't matter.
What have people been talking about this last 12 months?
I was gossiping about, these celebs who've had nudie photos taken of themselves, and then suddenly they're hacked, and there for the world to see.
So, yes, there were some leaked photos on the internet.
Stolen photographs, actually. The trouble is with this, nudity in women is used to sell things. It's on advertising, it's used to make pop stars sexy, and I realise how you can solve it is by all women being naked all of the time.
Okay.
Hear me out.
You have my attention.
Hear me out. So first of all, yes, they can't steal women's nudity as a currency. People can't go, oh, Jennifer Lawrence, why does she even have naked photographs done? So, because we're all naked all the time, that's just a photograph. And then the other thing that happens is that straight men can't handle it. And they just start ejaculating all over the place and frothing at the mouth. They can't leave the house, they can't go to work, and then women and gay men rule the world.
I love this idea. I sense for very different reasons to you.
Apple is still saying that the iCloud wasn't hacked, so we still don't know how they got these photographs.
I think they do know how they leaked the photos now. I think it was.
How do they? How?
It was a phishing email that they sent to the actresses in question, saying, "Oh, your
Kim Kardashian don't go fishing. What are you talking about? I think she's going to open that. Always delete ones you don't know it's from. And if I'm Kim Kardashian, I'll see. Oh, do you want to go carp fishing?
What they should do to stop this is have laptop screens or computer screens should be frosted like bathroom windows, and that way you wouldn't be sure if it was Kim Kardashian or a Renault Espace. You just go around. Everything's just slightly frosted.
If someone hacked your phone, John, what would they find?
Well, I sent my girlfriend a dirty picture last week of the skirting board in my dressing room. It was an absolute disgrace. No, they don't find anything on my phone because... but who would want to see... well, if there was a picture of you, say, Jimmy, it's not that I would find the idea of you naked arousing, but just knowing I could see it would mean I would probably look.
Well, let me send you one now.
Why? If you're taking a photograph like that, would you put it on a cloud?
It saves everything. It even saves stuff that you've deleted.
It doesn't save mine.
Yeah, it does.
With a setting.
No. Seriously, Carol.
I mean, I just think, why would you take a picture of yourself naked? Is there something a bit weird about finding yourself sexy? Is it like going, whoa? Oh, if only I was someone else, I'd bloody do me now. I'd give myself a right. Whoa! There's something
weird about you doing it.
It might not be deliberate as well, though. I mean, like, my kids are at the age where they think the funniest thing in the world is to come into the bathroom when I'm in the shower and take pictures. It's not the naked pictures that worry me, though. It's everything on your phone. So when my accountant says, can you send me a copy of your P60, and I take a picture of it and email it to him, that picture is also on the iCloud and is completely hackable as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenging wank. OK, let's take a look and see if it's up there. Sean, what are the other big stories of the last year?
Scottish independence was a big story. Part of me thought it'd be a tremendous idea telling my kids that we're going abroad and then taking them to Dunfermline. And they got 16-year-olds. I thought it was brilliant to get 16-year-olds involved.
That was really
And
good,
I think that was a masterstroke by Cameron, because basically what it means is when they have the EU referendum, he's going to have this as a precedent. And he knows that that will give them the best chance of having a yes vote for staying in Europe. I think they're not normal cats type of stuff. But I think the great thing about referendums is that people feel represented, whereas they don't in any other political process we have in this country. And it's ridiculous that they don't have it. And the only people that stop it are the political parties. To preserve interests that have been sustained for many years.
It's a very well-practised mime.
The biggest missed opportunity was for England, because there was a point during the campaigning when Cameron, Clegg, Farage and Miliband were all in Scotland, which was our opportunity for a snap election on independence. Put an armed guard up at the border and keep the pricks up there for a while. You can have them now. You deal with them for a bit.
North Korea said, oh, that'd be good if you go independent, and like they'll back them, which is worrying, isn't it? It's like Oscar Pistorius telling you to be more impulsive.
Carol, were you pleased that they stayed?
Well, I just thought it's up to them, really. And, you know, things change, don't they? Things develop.
Are you breaking up with me?
It's kind of time to move on, Jimmy.
Don't worry, I've still got the photos.
It's an odd percentage of people that wanted to go, isn't it? Because it was, as much as it was, you know, was it 54%? It's almost half.
They kept saying, we won safely. Like, it doesn't feel very safe.
Like, if you had 5 kids and you went down for breakfast one morning, they went, we had a vote in the morning, 2 of us want to kill you in our sleep. The other 3 are all right with it. So we're not going to tell you which one's which.
We shouldn't give away the result of the referendum, because some people might have taped it.
Have they got VHS in Scotland yet?
Why do you think they wanted to leave?
Why do they think they wanted to leave? I don't know, really, it's something to do, innit?
No, Rob, you missed. Christian did a rhetorical question. He did a
rhetorical one?
Yeah, commenting on your...
He's supposed to be doing the news, mate. Surely you should be asking proper questions. I like that nothing gets solved. You keep asking fake ones to politicians.
No, it was...
Isn't it? They're never going to answer.
Rob, what do you make of the referendum?
It was like 300... Is it 300 years we've sort of been together with Scotland? And that's going to be a big break-up, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, imagine, like, sorting the DVDs out. I've only been married 2 weeks, and the DVD situation's well out of hand.
You're getting divorced already?
No. She hasn't broke up with me, has she? No. That's fine. She won't, will she? That's a rhetorical question, Christian.
But the divorce analogy is still going on, though, because it's the couple who decided to stay together at the last minute, and now they hate each other.
Yeah, but we've been together 300 years. If we break up, it's like your nana and granddad breaking up. What's the point? Just shuffle along towards the end.
Yeah. The ones like better together is like sort of a terrible slogan for like a breakup of a marriage, isn't it? It's like, yeah, it's like sleeping in separate beds, but you're just doing it for the kids.
And the next morning, it's like, no, we're not better together.
No.
And that's the funny thing that's going on in Scotland now, because there are lots of Labour voters going over to the SNP, and it kind of feels inevitable that it will happen at some point in time.
Oh, really?
He's off the news, Rob. He knows a lot of stuff.
He'll know, won't he? Because normally, anyone who says something like that to me, they've had about 8 pints down the pub, and I think, oh, whatever, mate. But when you've said it fairly sober...
It would be bad news for the Queen, though, if they did eventually go independent, because she was very pleased when David Cameron announced that we'd stayed together. She purred, which is why she hasn't been since, because she got mauled by the corgis.
I'd like it. One of the things I'd like about it is because they'd obviously... We'd have to change the Union Jack. We'd have to get a new flag for England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And I suggest a frog on a motorbike.
Do you remember the Crazy Frog? Because he had a motorbike. We could use him to pose for the flag.
I think that might be where subliminally the idea came from.
Because then we could have that song as the anthem,
New national anthem. Ring, 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 ring.
Already I feel more patriotic.
You know, the England team would know all the words.
Yeah.
OK, let's see if it's up there. Yes, the referendum on Scottish independence. The weird thing in the Scottish referendum was they went for a yes or a no vote instead of an aye or a get the fuck you schemy bam pop prick vote. We're still trying to guess the most talked about stories of the year. John's team, what else have the nation been talking about?
Well, over here on the lads' team, we particularly enjoyed the World Cup football tournament.
Yeah.
When was that, then?
Summertime?
Well, you might have missed it, because England was so shit I didn't get to finish my sticker book.
I was going to ask you about this. Well, you know you love doing your stickers?
Yes.
You know Mario Balotelli did everything, his own sticker, all over his own page. Did that annoy you?
I didn't mind when he scored against us, but when he besmirched the honour of his sticker book, then he really pissed me off.
We've actually got a still here of Mario Balotelli's sticker book.
No wonder I couldn't get a swapsy of him.
Why isn't that right?
So basically, every single one of the players is going to be represented on the page, and at the end you have a complete book with every single player from every single team, and it's really exciting. And and you go to the shops and you get spares and you swap them with your friends.
Swaps, not spares.
Sorry, who do you swap them with?
Friends. Your friends.
I swap them.
You can do it online.
OK.
I ended up in the last week of the World Cup in some grim pub in Teddington in some swapsy afternoon at 4 o'clock in the afternoon looking for my last 50.
I live so near Teddington, you should have called.
Do you do it as well?
No, well, my 7-year-old does it, but of course that means I did it, and you become absolutely obsessed by it.
See, I need to get a 7-year-old, because then it's weird if you're an adult doing it, but if you've got a kid...
It's also weird saying I need to get a 7-year-old right.
I think it's nice in this day and age to have, like, a good old hobby. Yeah. Like, anyone who has something they do in their spare time, which isn't watching television, I think, yeah, good on you.
If I wasn't doing that, I'd be out twatting people. So... What do you want me to do?
Sean, what do you make of the World Cup?
I think it works. You technically work it out. We spent longer on the flight over there than we did on the pitch. You know, it's a pitiful, pitiful display. I think the only way that England is going to do well in the World Cup is if they make it more like Strictly. So it's not just the scores. You get a phone vote as well. Although we got beaten 3-2 by Belgium, turns out we're more popular. We've got more phone votes, so we're going through, and Belgium, you're out. You know?
Do you think we should have a different tactic, though? Because whenever we're going to the European Cup or the World Cup and all of this stuff, it's always, you know, the adverts and the gladiators are here, and it's as though they're these fantastic heroes, and then they do rubbish every time. So should we have, like, reverse psychology, where we go, actually, we're a bit crap.
Yes, we should
the World Cup.
We should say, like, oh, here's these guys. The real team died. They've never played football before. Fingers crossed.
I think Roy Hodgson's maybe a bit too old. When the physio, like, broke his ankle when we celebrated our first goal, and then it just cut to him, there's everyone on the floor. I honestly thought Roy Hodgson, he's had an heart attack. He is gone. He's just because he looks so old, doesn't he? And then we had that, like, friendly in Switzerland. I thought they were going to leave him there. Is it a friendly, or are we getting rid of him?
OK, let's see if the World Cup is up there. Yes, the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. The good news is Roy Hodgson's already picked his winning team for the next World Cup. Germany. Depending on how things go, Islamic State might be able to enter the next World Cup. Now that would be a group of death. OK, one more thing to get fingers on buzzers. What do you think?
Is it the spate of people tipping ice buckets over their
Ice
heads?
Bucket Challenge.
The ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
Did you do it?
I did do it, but instead of ice water, I had sort of warm water, and instead of tipping it, I sort of climbed into it. I had a lovely bath. Yeah.
Carol, you did it, didn't you?
I've done it, yeah, I did it.
Carol Vorderman did do it, yeah, in some style, I would say. Should we take a look at Carol's?
Yes.
Who nominated you?
Red Arrows nominated me.
The Red Arrows nominated... What, all of them?
All of them, because they did it the night before.
There's going to be a story here.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Well, they were all sitting in formation, apparently, the night before, and had...
So they were sitting in formation,
ice
yeah.
tipped over them. And then they had to nominate... You had to nominate three people or something, OK? So they said they nominated the Chief of Air Staff, Prince Harry, and me. And I thought, oh, God. And that video went everywhere, and I thought, well, I can't not do it now, can I, really?
No, and it's a real compliment. Out of anyone they could have chosen, they chose you.
They chose
What
me.
did you do to piss off the Red Arrows?
So, Sean, did you do the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge?
No, I didn't do it, no. I'm not a big joiner-inner. I don't really join in. Not one thing I'm known for. I don't really feel like a bit of ice on you is that big a deal, to be cold for a minute. I know it's, you know, I don't really see... I mean, if it's like have a bit of gravel in your shoe for a month, you had just one bit of gravel in your shoe, everybody going, oh, Christ, fucking piece of gravel, oh, jeez. Yeah, only 16 days to go.
OK, well, I'm going to convince you now with one clip.
What clip?
Show them the nuns.
They look like 6 Susan Boyles on acid.
No, I've got an ice bucket fail. There were some ice bucket fails as well.
How could you possibly fail that?
Well, take a look.
I thought the Indian and the Gaza ones were much better. Like, the Gaza one was tip a bucket of rubble over your head, and India was a rice bucket challenge in which you took a bucket of rice to a poor family.
And tipped it over their head? Well, let's have a look and see if it's up there. Yes, the Ice Bucket Challenge. So those were the most talked about stories of the year. But in other news, Tory MP Brooks Newmark resigned after sharing sexually explicit messages with an undercover reporter. I blame predictive text. Brooks Newmark actually wanted a hand with the coming election. The Commonwealth Games took place in Glasgow. During the Games, Tesco claims sales of haggis rose by 80%. I'm sorry, but that's a bag of shite. Or haggis, as they're called in Scotland. That's our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Rob, Christian, pick a question. What do you like the look of?
The old baghead.
OK. A recent study has claimed that discrimination against someone because of their looks could be a type of bigotry called facism. So we asked our studio audience, do you judge people by their looks, yes or no?
Depends what they look like, innit?
We got in touch with the people that did the survey, and we sent them pictures of John's face, and we got them to analyse it. They said your face was likeable and trustworthy, but this is how you would look if you were more dominant.
He'd lose his hair.
Richard O'Brien. This is how you'd look if you were presenting the Crystal Maze.
Like a really happy racist.
We sent them a picture of Sean, your face, and they said you were trustworthy. But if you wanted to be more likeable, you would look like this.
Why do you have to be bald?
I don't think they do hair. That's not their thing.
Oh, come on, that's half the head.
He looks like Phil Collins.
I do look like Phil Collins, so that's worrying. And one of my eyes is bigger than the other. And they haven't captured my nostril hairs. My splendid nostril hairs.
He's got no hair and no arms, and he's got... Why don't they do arms for glasses?
See, we sent them a picture of me as well. They said that I was an extrovert, but if I wanted to look more threatening, we'd change it to this.
You look like somebody that Bilbo Baggins shouldn't trust.
OK, so back to the question. Do you judge people by their looks?
Of course you do, of course you do. And then you come up with a nickname to go with those looks. Jugs, baldy, slaphead, fatso, something like that, you know, and make sure it sticks for life.
Are you talking about their face or just the different little looks they have? If you met someone, every time they spoke to you like that. that would piss me off. If someone like, do you want to go for a drink? Maybe.
Christian, do you judge people by their looks?
I certainly do, yeah. I mean, I judge my children by their looks.
Have you got a favourite?
Oh, yeah. I mean, everyone's got a favourite child, haven't they?
I'll tell you what, I wish I did.
It's right to judge people on their looks, though, isn't it? I get judged all the time. People come up to me, they assume I'm an Italian chef. I'm not.
Yeah, I judge people by what curry they order.
What do you order?
Oh, well, I usually go for a Madras or a Rogan Josh. But if someone orders a doppiazza, I always think, oh, a bit odd. What's he up to? Why would you be ordering that? How would you judge me as a, you know...
I would judge you as a bit of an Indian food ignoramus. If you, because a Madras isn't really Indian food. It's sort of, it's a British invention of Indian food. So, no, to be honest, I would judge you as a very nice... Anybody who likes Indian food is basically quite open-minded and therefore is a good thing.
Is that the case?
Yeah. I still meet loads of people who say, oh, I don't eat Indian food.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've got an uncle who don't like pasta. Pasta?
Is that Uncle Mohammed?
Yeah. Mohammed hates pasta. I find curry menus really confusing, like, because if you read it, it tells you all the ingredients, but I think, because there's always so many, like, ingredients in a curry, I think, yeah, I know what all they are, but how's it going to taste? I can't work out that many things.
You mean if
how will it end up? I know what I call it, what's going to happen at the end of it?
For English, you could imagine egg, bacon,
yeah,
sausage,
I'm going to deal with it,
sausage.
but that, I'm like, yeah, I do like that, but what's going to happen when it's with that one?
Is that just a curry house menu or just menus that you have trouble with?
Menus in general, really, isn't it?
Also, I can invent a new menu for you, which is just the name of the dish and then a little square that you lick.
Oh.
So you don't need to know what's in it. Just do I like the taste? And those menus can only be used once.
Oh,
don't worry.
Book for that restaurant early.
Carol, what do you rate people on their looks?
I think we all do, don't we? Really, I mean, look at you.
I'm up here, Carol.
No, she's wondering where the wedding cake is, Jimmy.
Are you saying that I look like a wedding cake decoration?
You look like a wedding cake decoration. It's our little joke. Doing one for series.
I think you look really nice, Jimmy. I think you wear, like, really nice tailored suits. You look a lot different to when you first started on telly, don't you? I'm just saying you look like you've got all...
I've scrubbed up well.
You've always dressed smartly. I remember you, 15-something years ago.
Yeah, when you were Eamon Holmes.
Yeah.
And there's like a picture of Dorian Gray somewhere. Eamon Holmes is getting fatter and fatter and fatter. Jimmy's getting thinner and thinner and thinner. They're actually the same person.
OK, well, let's get some answers on this. Do you judge people by their looks, yes or no? What are you going to say?
Yes.
OK, John?
No.
OK, I can tell you the answer is yes. 82% of our studio audience said they do judge people by their looks. We all judge people by their appearance sometimes. I once met a guy with size 15 shoes. I thought, who is this clown? And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Brit's favourite guilty pleasure. What do you think?
This is when you let someone else's cat come into your house. And you feed it, and you stroke it, and you pretend that it's your cat.
It's a child, isn't it?
OK, is it when someone has tied their dog up outside a shop and they've gone inside and then you have a really good stroke of their dog and the dog looks at you with big eyes like, I love you, but you think, I can't steal you because you live with that other guy?
Just buy a pet.
I'm not allowed. I rent in London.
What do you mean you're not allowed a pet?
I have a no pets contract on my flat.
I had one of those. We bought a cat. What are they going to do?
Is that a true story?
Yeah. It's not much of a story, I'll be honest with you.
Jimmy lives by his own rules. You think I'm dangerous? This guy's on the wrong side of the tracks. If you are interested in a pet, I'd be very happy for you to look after my tapeworm.
OK. Brit's favourite guilty pleasure, what do you think?
I've really got into coconut water, is it that?
I love it when you discover a new thing, because it's like... It's
I really like it, and I feel like I shouldn't.
What's your guilty pleasure, Christian?
My guilty pleasure is probably ringing the BBC viewers' calls line during BBC News and saying, you're shit.
John, what do you think?
Well, people don't feel guilty enough, do they? Let's be honest. If people felt less guilty about the shit they like, then stuff would be better. But most people's take... Like, X Factor is popular, and music is shit, and food we eat is shit, and we don't feel guilty about it anymore, do we?
OK.
OK,
I mean...
Put your hands in the air! John's rapping.
What's your guilty
I think
pleasure?
it's when you're sitting on the toilet and you know you've got the toilet roll and it's got one bit is slightly lower than the other bit, you know, because it's two-ply.
Someone's doing well.
What you're meant to do is take the top bit over like that. Do you do this at home? And then you get it, and then they all measure up and you rip that bit off.
No, but then you get out of sync.
No,
because...
no.
Why are you shitting in the sink?
You know, you said about your wife splitting up with you after 2 weeks. I think you might have moved a bit closer.
She won't see this. She's got school in the morning. She's a teacher.
As if a teacher would go out with you.
She's a teacher. And she's got a master's.
There's a man that knows he's punching above his weight.
Definitely.
Well played. Any other thoughts?
Watching Jeremy Kyle.
Oh, well, you're very close with that.
Shit TV.
Is it, yeah, reality TV or something?
It is reality TV. That's the right answer. Yes, Britain's favourite guilty pleasure is watching reality TV. The great thing about reality TV is it gives you the opportunity to compare your life with the people on screen. I was watching Embarrassing Bodies the other day, laughing to myself, thinking, you call that a freakishly enlarged testicle? Jog on. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Rob and Christian have 3 points, John, Carol and Sarah have 4 points. They're the winners! Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 Cats, Take It Away, it's Paul Hollywood. Things Could Get Hairy, it's Joe Wilkinson. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, what a result! It's Debbie Logan. She's the bee's knees. It's Aisling Bean. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
And welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 40% of Americans have trouble swallowing pills? But if you make that pill bigger and out of beef, slap some cheese on it and pop it in a bun, then problem solved. 33% of people believe robots will one day replace soldiers. Absurd. Who's dipping a robot in a boiled egg? And 58% of people have difficulty finding a builder they trust. And that's because it's difficult to learn Polish. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellist's job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. John's team, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it the news that former Radio 1 DJ Mike Reid has been nominated for a Mobo Award?
Oh, what a world that would be. Tell us what happened.
Well, he's promoted UKIP via the medium which we all use for things we love, which is a calypso song. You've got to go some way to be the most hated Radio 1 DJ of recent times. But he's really... He sung a song in an accent. Now, don't get me wrong, I love an accent. An accent is not racist.
No.
Unless the words you're singing are racist and the accent you use is a bit... Racist.
Mike Reid has apologised unreservedly. He said it was never meant to be remotely racist. You can't sing a calypso with a Surrey accent.
Did he say that as he finished the song? He went, dring. I'd like to apologise profusely for the racist undertones in that song, but I have to sing it in that accent, otherwise it's not a calypso. Forwards with Britain!
It's at number 22 in the charts. I only know that today because my kids were looking to download something else, another song this morning, and my daughter, who's 9, went, "Oh my God, there's a UKIP calypso! It's a number 22!" And so I had to explain what it was, and, you know, she went, "Can we listen to it?" I went, "No, it's dirty, don't listen to it."
What other UKIP hits were they looking to download that came up?
No, it was in the charts. It's number 22 in the charts.
The main problem with it is it's embarrassingly shit, isn't it?
I liked it.
Yeah, it's not the only immigration story this week. There was also the head of the EU has basically said Cameron's plans for immigration caps are illegal. Cameron said, "The UK public is my boss. I only take orders from them."
Only that's not true because we have to go along with what we've signed up for in Europe. So it's completely illegal for David Cameron to actually impose any kind of cap at all, isn't it?
I mean, the thing is about the whole EU thing. I mean, I worked in Cyprus for 6 years. So I look at it from the other side of the fence.
How were you treated out there? Did they welcome you with open arms? I suppose you've always got cake on you, so... If every illegal immigrant was supplied with just a tray of cakes, I think people would go, immigrants, they're bloody marvellous. These are delicious.
It was an easy place to go and work. I mean, I always found that the immigration officers out there, you know, we had to queue for like 12 hours to get it stamped every 6 months.
12 hours in a queue?
Yeah.
What, 12 hours without bacon? Have you ever gone that long?
No.
I can't believe. What did you put on?
It's a bit dodgy after 3.
It's tough, though. Immigrants are getting a bad time at the moment. They're getting such a bad rap. And I know people say, "Oh, you're just coming over here taking people's jobs." And I know this seat right here could be taken by a UK comedian. Like, in my country, I was a surgeon.
She worked for many years as a tree surgeon. She's bloody marvellous.
No, there's a 3 surgeons. 3.
Hey!
Let's have a look and see if all these immigration stories are up there. Yes, immigration stories have been dominating the news this week. Mike Reid was accused of being racist for singing the UKIP calypso in a Jamaican accent. It's only my personal opinion, but I think that man is a bomber clot. In response to EU immigration caps, David Cameron has insisted he answers to the British people and they are his only boss. Well, if we're his boss, why don't we make him do something useful, like rename the cabinet Tenacity and get them to make jackets with solar panels for shoulder pads? Sean Steen, what else has the nation been talking about?
Is it, there's a, well, the only disabled man in the world it's OK to hate. He's been sent to jail.
That's right, this is the story. Oscar Pistorius was jailed for 5 years, but might be out and under house arrest after just 10 months. I mean, it seems very lenient, doesn't it?
That's terrible. How are you going to make any good friends in 10 months?
How do they say 5? They give him a maximum of 5 years and it ends up he could be out in 10. How does that work?
Yeah, it's like the South African prison systems, you've got to serve 1/6 of your sentence and then you're eligible for sort of parole and house arrest and...
So he still could be in there for 5 years. What's the chances?
It's unlikely, isn't it, when he's been given such a meagre sentence.
So, Gabby, what do you make of Pistorius' story?
I think prior to the incident that happened on Valentine's Day last year, he had appeared to be this incredible trailblazer that had done the Olympics and the Paralympics in the same calendar year, which was, you know, never heard of, and was kind of making this breakthrough for Paralympic athletes. But now, obviously, it transpires that a bit of a monster was brewing underneath the surface. And I think that can happen in a lot of sports, kind of, where people get kind of a bit bigger than the sport and they're treated as gods. And maybe nobody kind of pulled him down a peg or two, really, and kind of grounded him. It's very sad.
Can't say peg or two when...
No.
It's not fair.
Well, speaking of the Paralympics, the International Paralympic Committee has said that Pistorius will not be allowed to compete in Paralympic events until 2019.
Oh. And that, unfortunately, is as a starter.
Big question now that this trial is over is who's next, isn't it? We've had OJ, we've had Oscar.
Remember that sailor? She's been very quiet. Ellen MacArthur, she's been very quiet. She could go, like, postal. She could join up with the Somalian pirates. Start seizing tankers. And
so Captain Phillips
ISIS with weapons. She could do that. I could see Helen MacArthur doing that.
Cried a lot. Cried. Good. He cried, and that's why he got a lenient sentence.
He did. He cried virtually that every time you... Sky treated it like it was the World Cup.
But then, yeah, the South African justice system seems to be made for TV, doesn't it? Because they have this really, really long process, obviously, through the trial. Then they have this long process of deciding the sentence, where they take more evidence, which is absurd, really, that you get people coming in saying, oh, he's a nice guy, he did lots for charity. We've just established he shot his girlfriend. That shouldn't actually make a difference right now.
I reckon there's be a couple of, like, chirpy, wisecracking inmates, though, rubbing their hands about him coming in, thinking, oh, can't wait for the comments I can make when he goes to the toilet. Yeah, that would give him a bit of a lift.
Yeah.
You know, those characters you get.
What kind of comments will they make?
I don't know, like, oh, don't go in the toilet when the Oscar's around. and some fellas might go, what? Why? They go, oh, you know, he's like Oscar, I wouldn't go in there when he's standing there. They go, why, what's he going to do? Something like that might happen.
You know they don't at night time, though. They're going to take his legs off him at night time, but he can have them during the daytime, which I think is the wrong way around. Like, he's historically known for being more dangerous at night without his legs than during the daytime.
I wish someone would take my arms off me at night.
They're a nuisance if you want to sleep on your front. You've got to have one
that's
under
exactly
you,
what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. You know, and sometimes... I don't have a teddy bear, but I'd like one, because I'd sort of sleep on my side, and I have to now put a pillow there.
I can lock my arms in the air.
Because it's easier for you because you sleep on a bench.
Yeah.
He's lost all his lucrative sponsorship deals, hasn't he? He had a huge deal with Nike. The only company that sponsors him now is Lycett, bang, 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 bang.
Let's have a look and see if Oscar Pistorius is up there. Oh, the most talked about thing. Yes, Oscar Pistorius has been sentenced to 5 years in jail. One unnamed inmate said prison gangs would protect Pistorius, presumably in the same way Pistorius protected his girlfriend from that burglar. Yeah, let's see how he likes being disturbed by 4 unexpected discharges in the middle of the night. OK, John's team. What other news? What other happier news?
Kate Middleton has finally come out.
So to speak.
So to speak. She's been vomiting in the castle.
She hasn't been vomiting. She's had hyperemesis gravidarum, actually.
Isn't it known as super sickness she's got?
Who came up with that? With the laziest doctor in the world. I've forgotten all the Latin I learned. Super sickness. That'll have to do.
It must be horrendous that she can't leave the castle.
Yeah, she's just got a castle. Imagine being stuck in a castle all day.
That's not very nice, but she must be thinking it's a great excuse for getting out some of the crap she has to do.
Ironing all those flags.
Yeah, exactly. Feeling poorly again. I'm not doing it.
Sean, the baby's due on April 29th. It's their anniversary. Are you excited?
I don't know. I mean, I've really struggled to find why this is a story. I mean, if it said scan reveals monkey... I put my tea down here. Hang on a sec.
Joe, how did your parents react to the news?
They love me, regardless.
I think... I just don't know. It literally doesn't raise... Don't mind. I wish them no ill.
We only need one, don't we? Should just do an X Factor for the Royals, and there's one left, and that's the one I'll give a shit about. I just can't give a shit about all of them. They keep saying, oh, they're only 56p each. They go, well, yeah, but it's not about that. It's about not having a choice. If you give me a choice, I'd give that 56p to Leon and June off Gogglebox. They deserve it more.
They like the Royals, though. They'd be upset if you got rid of the Royals.
Now, Leon doesn't like the Royals, does he? Bollocks, I'm having a cracker. That's what Leon is. I did discover this week that apparently Diana used to call Harry the spare heir, which I think is fair play. That's quite funny. I'm surprised if there's a spare heir knocking around the palace, it hasn't been stuck to William's head.
I feel a bit sorry for Harry, though, because he's slowly, with every new baby, decreasing in value.
Here's his reaction to the new baby.
You're going to become an uncle again for the second time?
I am going to become an uncle again for the second time, hopefully. So, yeah, it's very exciting news. I can't wait to see my brother suffer more. And with any luck, if it's a girl, then he'll suffer even greater. I think I'd love to see him try and cope with that.
And, of course, with that growing family, your prospects of becoming king reduced, don't they?
Great.
He's cool.
Gabby, you did the coverage of the royal wedding.
Yes, I did.
Will you do the coverage of the... Will you be standing outside somehow?
No, I don't think I'll be called upon to do that. All that, it's a bit ridiculous, isn't it, when they stand outside the hospital going, we have no news to bring you. I can confirm nothing has happened. It's the worst rolling news story ever, isn't it?
The well-wishers outside that hospital made me look normal.
I don't get that generally. You know, when they go to the news and they'll send some reporter to the area to cover some story that's loosely connected.
No, it's always outside the football ground. Just, yeah, there's been a transfer story, and so I'm standing outside some gates.
The player's not here, the manager's not here, and neither is anybody who's anything to do with the deal. This is Brian Wilson reporting from Anfield.
Is that a mug of tea?
This is my imaginary microphone, which, whenever I try an outfit on that I'm going to wear on telly, I always hold my
I thought you were in the rain.
You always do so. Whenever you do what on telly?
So sometimes if I try, like, clothes on that I'm going to be wearing on telly, say I'm going to the World Cup and I'm there for 30 days, I've got to have 30 outfits. When I try them on, I do this thing where I hold this imaginary microphone in front of to see what it looks like, which my husband finds hilarious.
Nice to hear someone English with confidence say, when I go to the World Cup and I'm going to be there for 30 days.
OK, let's take a look and see if the royal baby is up there. Yes, the due date for William and Kate's second child has been announced. No one knows what life will be like for the new royal baby, but one thing's for sure, it'll be better than yours. We're still trying to guess the most talked about things over the last week. Sean's team.
Are they talking about Sterling at the moment?
Now, you're a Liverpool fan, aren't you?
Yeah.
Tell me, what's the story on Sterling?
Well, he basically said he couldn't do it. Well, someone said he couldn't play for England because he was too tired.
He said that?
Well, and then 24 hours later, he was spotted in the club at 3 a.m. partying. Now, the thing is, I'm a Liverpool fan. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, the lads are... If he's not playing for England and he's not playing for his club, we can have a bit of a break. What's wrong with that?
Apparently, Sterling approached Hodgson, telling him, I'm not on my best form at the moment because I'm feeling a little bit tired.
In fairness to Raheem Sterling, I tried to watch that game and it turned out I was too tired to watch it. So if he was too tired to play in it, I understand. I think I got to about half-time before I fell asleep.
I think if England had been playing opposition where they may have lost or, you know, drawn and he wasn't playing and England didn't get a win, it would be much worse. But I kind of respect him for saying he was tired, if he was tired, and then don't put me in a position where I'm going to let you down. But then when you go out 24 hours later, it just doesn't look great.
Don't agree. I do not agree with that point of view. He's 19, right? It just shows how shit England are that a 19-year-old has got the fucking nerve to say to the England manager, oh, I don't feel like playing. He should be begging to play. I think our young English players have just way too much status. They shouldn't have the status to even dream of saying that to a manager. They shouldn't be able to do that. Or they shouldn't. He should have been completely honest. He should have said, I'm a bit tired today and I don't want to play. Tomorrow night, I want to go and see this crazy nightclub circus show with these stripping dwarves. And I don't want to fall asleep during it. So could I avoid the match?
Well, this is what happened. So Sterling went out the night afterwards and saw dwarves, snakes and bearded ladies at sort of circus at a club.
I know exactly what happened, because I was at the nightclub and I was...
You are not a lady, you've just got a beard.
I was dancing in a cage, and he come over and he said, I'm still tired, that is why I don't want a private dance. And so he must have been tired, otherwise why did he turn me down?
I should say, though, Sterling is teetotal. He was out till 3 a.m. the next day, but he was teetotal and he was up for training the next morning, so...
Times have changed, though. When my dad played for Leeds United, and they were playing Man United away, and he was really badly injured. He had a bruise that goes from your hip bone down to your knee. Couldn't move his leg. And so he was laid up at home. But when they got to Manchester, the Leeds team, one of the players got injured. And so they rang my dad up and said, can you get over here? It was 10 o'clock in the morning, kick-off was 3. Can you get over here? And he said, well, I can't. He said, don't worry, we'll inject your leg. And he had to get the train. I love the idea of him going across the Cross-Pennine train on his own, literally holding his football boots, about to play at Old Trafford. And this was like, you know, a top-level football match. Can you imagine Raheem Sterling going, yeah, I'll be on the Intercity 125, I've got my boots, I'll be there for you. And
Did he play?
Yeah, he played.
Did they win the game?
Yes, and they injected his leg with something that, you know, he can't walk now, but it's fine, you know.
But I personally think, though, they should pick all the England team from the Championships and all the divisions below. I don't think anyone from the Premiership, just from the Championship.
You couldn't care... You just care about your team. You could not care less about England, right?
At the moment, I don't really care about the England football team, no.
I think that's... Is that not... That's quite a common thing
You
now,
get
isn't
so
it?
let down all the time when you're watching a match.
What do you mean you get so let down watching England? Did you not see the season Liverpool had last year? Let's have a look and see if Raheem Sterling is up there. Fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Oh.
What have you got?
Oh, it's the rice shortage.
Oh, yeah, that's been... Oh, no, that's not in... That's weirdly not in the top 5.
No, that's next week. The NHS, another bizarre NHS government screwed up crazy initiative to stop people getting fatter. I didn't mean to say that sounds so judgmental the way I said fatter, didn't it? I mean, to stop people getting fatter. Because of the cost of obesity to the NHS is huge. I mean, really massive cost. Like, really, a big fat cost to the NHS. A big, blubbery, great, big, wobbly, lard-arse bill. The NHS is going to have to stump up to pay for all the obesity that people have got caught. They've caught it in their mouths and swallowed it.
What they've proposed is to try and help this problem that Sean has so eloquently and succinctly kind of put in a little nugget for us.
I think I got it across, didn't I?
You got it right over there. Is to give people vouchers as an incentive to lose weight. So you give them a £50 voucher, which I just think is absolutely ludicrous. It's like saying to an alcoholic, if you stop drinking, I'm going to give you £50.
I think the incentive thing's going to work, because I do that in my life already. I have incentives like if I wash up, I then let myself play with fireworks.
If you were going to stop the obesity crisis, what would you do? What's your plan, John?
The problem is people don't care that they're going to die until they're dying. People haven't stopped smoking because of the little shitty pictures on packets or the little shutter doors. They've stopped smoking because there was a thing invented where they're still smoking, but they're not going to die of it. That is the only solution. It's like e-scratchings and, like, you know, a vaporised crisp.
I'm just glad booze and toffee apples aren't bad for you.
You are a warning to others, Joe.
The problem is addictive stuff in food, that it's making food is now like crack. What you want to do is you want to stick crack into the carrots. And then be like, I can't get enough of these carrots! carrots. I've got to have some more hummus. People be robbing grannies to try and afford more hummus. You need to put crack in carrots.
Do you know what would sort out overnight? Ban lying. Morning, fatso. That's it. Just no more lying. The main point of the issue, isn't it? It's about the NHS, the cost of the NHS. It's not actually worrying about the individual health of people. And I think we've actually got to a point now. There's a famous speech in Macbeth where he says, "I've waded so far into the blood, I can't turn back, and I'll carry on." And I think we're at that stage with obesity, and there's no point trying to turn back. I think we should make people fatter so they have heart attacks sooner and they're not a burden on the NHS. So you'd have, like, you know, just in the street, just like custard pumps, and they just stop up and they just go...
My idea's a lot simpler.
What? Go on.
It's those gladiator travelators at the front of all chip shops. Let's see how much you want a sausage and batter, mate.
They're going for prevention rather than cure because, you know, people's, you know, there is growing obesity in this country. It's been caused by our sedentary lifestyles and, well, mainly the cause is bake-off.
You can't say that. I always think about a balanced diet, you know, if you take sugar and cakes and all that things out of a diet, then it's not balanced anymore. It's like, would you blame, you know, when there's a...
Excellent argument. I'll have another slice.
Anything in moderation is absolutely fine.
You can't blame the bake-off, though. I love the bake-off so much, Paul, by the way. And, like, the world is crumbling around us. Nothing we can do. ISIS are taking over the world. There's Ebola on the rise. Kim Jong-un is just going to blow us all to hell, and the Americans won't do anything about global warming, neither will the Chinese. There's nothing we can do, and sometimes all you want to do at the end of the day is just sit down and watch Mary Berry stick her tiny little teeth into a little biscuit and go, maybe, just maybe, we're all going to be all right.
Let's have a look and see if the NHS is up there. So those were the most talked about things over the last week. But in other news, it's Halloween this Friday. I love Halloween, but then I've always loved people putting the willies up me. Katie Price has brought out her 40-second ghost-written book this week. I've got no problem with it. She doesn't write them, we don't read them, everyone's happy. And Oscar-winning actress Renée Zellweger has appeared in the press looking unrecognisable. Shall we take a look at her? Yeah. OK, here she is before. Here she is now.
If you put them together, you could do spot the difference, couldn't you? Like those you get in the newspaper.
There you go.
She's not that different.
She looks like a different person.
Yeah, she looks like a different person.
People get older.
Well, she looks younger.
She hasn't got older. She's gotten sort of...
She's changed her wallpaper.
Which one's...
Well, at the end of that round, John, Gabby and Aisling have 2 points, Sean, Joe and Paul have 3 points. Okay. So our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Joe, Paul, pick a question. What do you like the look of?
The pie, obviously.
Let's go with the pie, your specialist subject. OK. Most people would rather be good at cooking than sport. True or false?
I would probably say true.
What? No, I'd rather be better at sport.
Yeah.
Nobody ever wanted to hang out with the cooks, did they? Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, he's sitting right there, Sean. It feels like you could dress it up a little bit and not immediately go, sport, definitely sport. So what's being a great cook done for you? I mean,
I'm a baker rather than a cook.
It's literally the same thing.
No, it isn't. If you put something in an oven, it's baked.
So the microwave, do you count the microwave as an oven?
Well, it's called an oven, but I don't often use microwave. Although Nancy this year was putting her dough in a microwave to make it rise a little bit.
But she won.
She did win.
Yeah. Using a microwave.
Well, no, not because of the microwave.
Joe, are you a good cook?
Yeah, I'm good at cooking and sport. I just don't bang on about it.
So you do lots of sport, right? You've represented Wales in the Commonwealth Games. So are you a better cook than you are a sports person, or...?
Now I'm a better cook than I'm a sports person, because that was a long time ago. But I think, personally, if you're really, really good at sport, you can earn lots of money and get somebody to cook for you. But if you're really, really good at cooking, you can't pay any money to be good at sport, can you?
But you could watch sport.
You could watch it, yeah. You could be an armchair fan.
That's how I watch the Great British Bake Off. I sit there going, come on, Paul, you call that a biscuit? Come on! Like that.
John, what do you think?
I was interested in cooking because I already knew I was shit at sport. You tend to go into it because option A has failed.
I will just check in. Hang on a second. Were you terrible at sport?
Yeah.
Turns out you're right.
I've never seen anyone eat a cake on the bake-off, pull their top off and slide down the grass inside that tent. It's a different kind of thrill, isn't it, sport?
Well, I don't know. You know, baking can be very sexy. Take a look at this. That was an advert for bread from the 1980s. Paul, your hair looks really different there. Well, Paul, as you're on the show tonight, we thought we'd have a little sort of 8 out of 10 cats bake-off. Sean, what have you got?
Oh, I went to town.
What did you bake?
Well, you've heard of the famous layer cake.
Oh, yeah, the layer cake, of course.
Well, I went for a lay-by cake.
Talk us through the cake. That's an extraordinary thing.
Well, it's a lay-by, and we've got a badger that's been run over. And then there's a mattress. There's a Battenberg mattress. I've done the back with some stains on it. Dumped mattress on a lay-by. Some toilet roll. I didn't have time. I ran out of time to do the pants on the hedge. What do you think of me, Battenberg? And then there's little bin bags here.
Genuinely spitting that out. Not... Sean, he's got to taste a lot of cakes. He just tastes it and then he spits it out.
What's this made of?
This...
Sugar paste?
I used sugar paste and an actual turd I found in a lay-by.
I think it looks fantastic. I like the sponge. It's nice and moist. It's got a good bake on it. No soggy bottom. Well done.
Thank you. No soggy bottom.
Does anyone... John, have you baked anything?
Yes, well, I'm a big fan of Bake Off. So, my favourite thing that got made this series was the Baked Alaska. So, I thought I could present that in the way that you are accustomed to from Bake Off. So, there we go.
You really don't want to have a look at what that looks like down his trousers.
Yeah, you do.
I got a little bit excited while I was making it, Paul.
It does not
Show everybody how excited you are about that cake.
They're going to see how excited I was to make this Baked Alaska. I see you've already got some cake down there for later.
Thanks very much, Billy.
Baked Alaska a la... Oh, is it a la bin?
But the whole thing about the Alaska gate...
Yeah.
Was Ian, he lost his rag a little bit. He had a bit of a tantrum and he chucked it in the bin. You can't do that. Not on Bake Off.
You can't do that on 8 out of 10 cats, as it turns out. It just doesn't work.
Look how happy John's face is because he's cleaning up. Joe, I believe you've got some cake?
Yeah, well, I've actually got a little bit different. I did a pastry, but it is a pastry with a twist because I've decorated it with me and Paul naked in a treehouse. If you notice, Paul, I've given you quite a large plonker. So I'm hoping that will swing it for me.
Sorry, what did you bake?
Oh, it's a pasty that I decorated with us on holiday. I assumed you had grey pubes.
Who do you think the winner of Cat's Bake Off is?
That's got to be Joe.
You're going Joe?
Yeah.
OK, let's get some odds on this. So, most people would rather be good at cooking than sport. What do you think, true or false?
For sport.
So you're saying false? OK. John, what are you going to go with?
We're saying cooking, I think, aren't we?
Yeah, just to be contrary.
I can tell you the answer is true. 66% of people would rather be good at cooking than sport. Yeah. I'd say I'm better at cooking than sport. My girlfriend asked me to knock something up in the kitchen, and now our cleaner's pregnant. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Top sign you need to grow up.
I still push Lego up my nose. I like the feeling.
Aisling, do you miss anything about being a child?
I miss the games we used to play. There was this one great game we used to play, which is called Where's Daddy Gone? And that was good because it went on for up until now, actually.
I think you miss Christmas, that edginess of Christmas when you find out that Santa...
What?
Don't say it, Paul. Don't say it.
I won't
Don't say it.
I won't say it.
There's a baker. What about those adults? I can't bear this. It really drives me nuts. They're not allergic, but they don't like tomatoes. Oh. It's fair enough when you're 9, but when you're a grown-up adult, you're hungry, you're waiting for your food, and there's a waitress trying to understand the idea that somebody, you know, of fully grown adult size doesn't want tomatoes.
I enjoyed our evening together. If you didn't want me to come to dinner, you shouldn't have asked. But frankly, the flesh on a tomato is too much like human flesh.
Do you not like tomatoes?
The skin and flesh ratio is exactly like eating a small red human.
No.
I occasionally still sleep in my mum and dad's bed. They don't want me to, but I have a key to their house.
Occasionally wearing your pants twice when you're a kid. You can do that as a kid, can't you?
And an adult.
That's how you know you need to grow up, if you put your pants on for a second
What if
day.
you've got a day off, though? What if you've been working hard and then you go to bed in your pants because you don't want your bits dangling out?
Are you sleeping in pants because it might get untidy?
It flops about, doesn't it? Sometimes I turn the light on by accident if I turn quickly in the night.
OK, so I'll give you a clue. So it involves your mum.
It's got something to do with your mum?
Yeah, students do it. Students kind of do it when they go...
Get washing done.
The right answer. Yes, the top sign you need to grow up is your mum still does your washing. Last time I went round my mum, she offered to wash my smalls. I said, no thanks, Mum. I haven't got time for a bath. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Gabby and Aisling have 3 points. Sean, Joe and Paul are the winners with 4 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night. Wild in heart, it's Kate Humble. Robin Lycett, hot. It's Joe Lycett. And their team captain, Aisling B. And facing them tonight, taking the Rick, it's Rick Edwards. He's a stand-up guy. It's Jamali Maddox. And their team captain, Rob Beckett. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Hello and welcome to the 8 out of 10 Cats New Year Special, a show all about opinion polls, surveys and the last year. Did you know, for example, 15% of Britain's native species are at risk of extinction? I love seeing our wonderful animals, foxes, badgers and hedgehogs in their natural habitat, jumping up and down on a trampoline in someone's back garden. 77% of men get down on one knee when they propose. It's a meaningless tradition, but some people still like marriage. And 85% of women wash their hands after going to the toilet. Why are you washing your hands, ladies? Surely what you should be washing is your bum and your fanny. And the punchline to that joke is your bum and your fanny. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight, it's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points of the last year. Aisling, what do you think people have been talking about over the last year?
Do you even want to say the word?
No, I just want to hear Jimmy say bum and fanny again.
Your bum and your fanny.
It's sinister, though, the way you say it. Your bum and your fanny.
You're saying I'm sinister. You're wearing a necklace featuring a unicorn fucking a panda.
Yeah. It's a good necklace, isn't it?
I'm mixed race, and even I think that's unnatural. Just
Is it offensive?
No, I love
Is it offensive to the animal community? Kate, you would know.
No, I think, you know, at least the pandas pick something that's persistently horny.
Yeah,
I mean, Kate, you're an expert on animals. The unicorn is endangered, right?
So is this the most talked about subject of the year? The unicorns endangered.
I'm going to bring a bit of decorum to proceedings, and I think what most British people have been talking about this year, excuse me, is Brexit! Yay! I don't know. I mean, Brexit happened this year. The United Kingdom decided to leave. I think the genius was the Leave campaign, which decided not to use things like, I don't know, facts or whatever. And instead, it appealed to people's emotions. And I use the word appeal because it was mostly about bananas. What they did was, and this is the genius, they were like, guys, they're trying to control our bananas. And people are like, no way! Not that staple of the British diet, the humble British banana, not my watch!
Rick, what do you make of the campaign?
Yeah, I mostly enjoyed it.
Sure, you enjoyed it, yeah.
I was interested when we started talking about the type of Brexit, and they started to hear a chat about hard Brexit.
Ooh.
Which then made me think, I like the idea if we'd voted to stay, of everyone kind of going, now, it's going to be hard Remain. So we take the euro, we have millions more immigrants, Jean-Claude Juncker is like Prime Minister, we would have loved a hard Remain.
Hard Remain, quite something.
If it's happening, right, I don't care if it's hard or soft, all I want out of it is proper, old-school duty-free. Old school, you know what I'm talking about?
I hadn't even thought that, that's really cheered me up.
Yeah, like 200 fags, £4. I think you should try and think of positives, but then there's loads of negatives. Stuff like cheese boards are going to be shit. And then Pete Shrut's going to go back to Rome. It's horrible.
I get annoyed with the phrase Brexit means Brexit, because that's not how you define words.
I mean, the problem is, though, that's the problem. Nobody knows what it means. Going in, the politicians didn't know what it meant. Everyone was just winging it. Like, in no other job would that be OK. Oh, hey, doctor, do you understand the complicated process of heart surgery? Nah, mate, I'm just going to go in, cut them up, and then play it by ear, if I'm honest. Medicine means medicine.
I suppose the only good thing about Brexit was the fact that David Cameron resigned. Take a look at David Cameron resigning, and you've got to watch till the end here, because I think he's quite cheerful about going, yep, you deal with the problem.
I expect to go to the palace and offer my resignation, so we'll have a new Prime Minister in that building behind me by Wednesday evening. Thank you very much.
The one thing that I didn't like about Brexit is how Nigel Farage has now been justified. Nigel Farage is the only guy, he's plane crashed, he had a near-death experience and came back more of a fucking dick. He's the only dude I know who nearly died and still came back, and he was like, oh, who saved my life? Oh, the NHS and the doctors. Oh, remind me to dismantle that later. Does that like, who does that?
It's weird because there's something about you that makes me think, did he go UKIP? I'm not sure.
Is it because I wear glasses? Yeah.
What did you make of it all, Kate?
It was depressing. Although, I have to say, as somebody who lives in Wales, which almost universally voted to leave, our tiny little corner of it did vote to stay. But
Wales got
we
so
were
much from the
outvoted.
EU, didn't they?
I know.
But like Cornwall voted out, and then they were like, oh, what? We don't get to keep our 600 million EU funding. You're like, no. Like in a divorce, you can't be like, Janice, where's my packed lunch? We're divorced now, Dave. I don't make your packed lunch anymore. Whoa, this is awful.
I love the names Janice and David.
Yeah,
they
they're a solid
sound like a
couple.
lovely couple, don't
Well,
they?
they were until they got divorced.
Apparently, we need a 122 billion pound loan. Like, where'd you get a loan that big?
Longer?
Well, I'm not sure, but maybe if you paid your tax, we'll have half.
Should we have a look and see whether Brexit's up there? Yes, Britain voted for Brexit.
Brexit will have a lot of repercussions. If all the Eastern European workers go home, just imagine the mountain of ironing, the backlog of DIY jobs, and Keith Vaz might have to fuck his wife for a change. That lovely story, Keith Vaz? A couple of rent boys. Yeah, and I can say that because he definitely did it. All right, Keith? Morally repugnant, am I?
Have a fucking word, mate. Have a word.
Did he say that you're morally repugnant?
Everyone said I was morally repugnant. Because I was. They were just stating the obvious. Go on, what else have people been talking about the last year, Rob's team?
Is it Kim Kardashian's robbery? That was quite a big news story,
Huge
wasn't it?
news, yeah. I mean, an armed robbery, I believe.
Yeah, and it was ridiculous. Her ring was 3.5 million.
Yeah, but she tweeted that she had it. I mean, you know...
Yeah, well, I've
not the
tweeted, I've got a
case.
kid. I don't want someone nicking it.
I think she was foolish. I think it doesn't happen in a travel lodge, does it?
I'll tell you what, I bet Halifax are fuming they chucked in travel insurance with her advance account. But 3.5 million is too much to spend on one thing. If I had to spend 3.5 million on one thing, I'd buy Peter Crouch. Imagine having Peter Crouch, it'd be quality, just like he can just do light bulbs.
Do a robot now and again.
I can picture it now, the missus be like, oh, you've not gone and bought Peter Crouch, have you? You barely played with Emeleski.
Well, I feel a bit bad for her. She does get kind of hassled the whole time. Take a look at this footage just days before the robbery in France. One of Kim Kardashian's fans got a little bit too close.
Kim!
Oh my God.
I mean,
why does that person not grab him by the neck and go, you stupid piece of shit, don't ever stick a face up a woman you don't know's arse? Straight away.
I think he probably does, actually. He looks like he's about to.
Maybe he thought it was a subway to cross the road.
I can't talk now, I'm going into a tunnel. I can tell you that Kim Kardashian being robbed is not one of the most talked about stories of the last year. Those Kardashians have had no luck. They're still reeling from the time Bruce Jenner had his family jewels snatched. OK, fingers on buzzers. What else were people talking about this year? Go on, what do you got?
It's got to be the old Donald Trump, the President of America, or President-elect. I feel sorry for Donalds. Just Donalds in the world. Just a normal man called Donald now it's going to be the new Adolf.
I like that you think that it was the Adolfs in the 1930s that really had it hard.
So Clinton versus Trump. I mean, it was quite depressing. Did you stay up and watch it? Did you stay up and watch the election?
Who stayed up? I don't even stay up for WrestleMania anymore.
Oh! Trump was in wrestling!
He was in wrestling, Trump.
Trump was in wrestling! Trump was in WWE, bruv. How can your president been body slammed? Have been stone cold stunned.
He's just not qualified for the job, is he? It's the most important job in the world. He's not qualified for it. But he must be so stressed about it. Like, when I worked in an office, I'd panic if they made me change the tone on the photocopier. Like, he's got to go and do world things.
He's not the least qualified person for the job, Rob. That's clearly you. I've got to do world things now.
You can sort of imagine him saying that, though.
Yeah.
You imagine him saying, I've got to do world things.
He's also teetotal. Imagine his policies after a couple of Carlins.
Is that true? He doesn't drink?
No. Don't drink.
What?
Imagine what he'll do after a tequila. Well, he's not going to drink that. After...
What do you make of him?
If I'm honest, he's obviously terrifying, but it's the little one that really worries me. The little son, Baron Trump. Just standing next to him, and you can see that he's plotting. And I am going to put money on him being the supreme leader of the world by 2030.
So you think the world's still going to be here in 2030? You're more
Yeah.
optimistic than I am. Well, some people were thrilled that Donald Trump was coming to power. Take a look at how excited this 9-year-old girl is.
Guess what we're going to do Monday?
What?
We are going to see Donald Trump in person in New Hampshire.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, my word!
Are you excited?
Yes!
You get to go see him in person, not just on TV.
Thank you, Mom!
Aww! Are you excited?
Yes!
Do you want to meet him? Tell Mr. Trump you want to meet him.
I love you, Trump!
Have you ever mixed up Donald Trump and Frozen on Ice? I think she has.
Do you know what? Do you know what really depresses me is that following @POTUS, which is the word for President of the United States, on Twitter is so lovely and life-affirming because Obama's been running the Twitter. So now Donald Trump is going to take over the Twitter account. Can you imagine, like, the tweets are going to go from just had a really positive meeting with Iran to I think Miss Southern California is a whore, hashtag women are whores. It's just... And then Melania Trump is going to be taking over Michelle Obama's one, but then she'll just copy and paste all her old tweets.
It's Melania who I worry about, because she must be looking at the Oval Office going, another room that I've got to pretend to come in.
Well, partly the kind of annoying thing about it was Hillary Clinton didn't get elected, so we nearly had the first female president. That would have been...
How annoying was it that she did actually get more votes than him? I mean, what sort of democracy is that?
you know I'm not in charge. No, a woman should be in charge.
Yeah, and they would have only had to pay her 78% of the cost of Donald Trump. Would have been more value.
I've got a picture of Hillary. I think this is Hillary Clinton, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Could be Joe Lycett and David Williams at a Halloween party.
Oh, thank God for that. I thought it was me at a work do. Got a bit close to the woman from... I did get real pissed at Marks and Spencer leaving do and got a bit fruity with a woman from Peruna.
Jamali, are you a big fan of Trump? Do you like him?
I was in America recently because I was filming the show, and I was supposed to go to a swastika lighting with these National Socialists.
Hang on, you've got to slow this right down. What were you thinking?
It was one of my great ideas where I said I want to go around the world and talk to racist people, and they let me do it. Right? So I went out there, so the Nazi guy who was the leader of the Nazi party said, come to a swastika lighting in Georgia. And they didn't tell me that it was in a KKK bar.
So you thought KKK bar? I thought this was just going to be a nice lighting of a swastika.
Yeah. So I get there and I weren't allowed in, surprise. And they had all these Trump posters everywhere, and then the owner came out and was like, why is there a black dude across the street with binoculars? Right? And he comes over and he goes like, why are you across the street? And I started grassing everyone up. I was like, I've come here and they said I can't come inside and I've got fat cameras. And so he went back and I saw him shouting at all the Nazis and he was like, listen, this is my clan bar. Everyone's welcomed, right? And then at the end,
The moral of the story is KKK, not all bad.
no.
OK, well, let's have a look and see if Donald Trump is up there. Yes, the US election, the most talked about thing. Donald Trump says he'll replace Obama's healthcare system, so Obamacare will now become Donald Doesn't Care.
It was such a ridiculous year, though, wasn't it? You look at, Trump, Brexit, Leicester, winning the league. I'm going to put a fiver on Stephen Hawking to win the jump.
Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats, where we're still trying to guess the most talked about stories of the last year. OK, fingers on buzzers. Rob.
Pokémon Go.
Oh, yeah, it was huge, right?
That was a big one, wasn't it?
Never done it.
I didn't really get time to get round to doing it, because it's hard. I've got a kid, so it's hard with all the new crazes, isn't there? I've still not done Ice Bucket Challenge or any happy slapping yet. And also, I've got a Tamagotchi to look after. Do you know what I mean? He's off to uni next year. I can't let him down.
Can I just ask, as the only person on this panel over 40, what is the appeal of an app designed to get people run over? I don't understand it. What do you do?
You basically point your phone at someone or something, and it'll say if a Pokémon is there, and then you throw up a mythical ball at it, and then it's caught. And then
this is fun how?
I don't know.
It's so fun.
Yeah, it's great. Is it fun?
I got really addicted to it.
Hang on a second. Have you seen Autumn Watch Back? Because there are things there, and you can see them, and it's not like we're looking at where a badger should be.
Well, maybe it's not people catch these.
We'll be back in 7 hours. No,
That's
still
very
nothing.
true.
Still nothing. Still nothing. There's no badger.
There's a sense of anticipation. This is just like...
Well, Pokémon was pretty big in the UK. It was quite big in America, but Taiwan. Have a look at this stampede when a very rare Pokémon turned up. This is genuine footage of a stampede to see a rare Pokémon.
Well, yeah. They might have just been having a sale on buckets of chicken at KFC. I actually feel sorry for the Pokémon, because they don't get to choose where they get sent, do they? They just turn up, so imagine getting sent to, like, a bingo hall in Wigan. They're never going to get caught there, are they? They'll be there forever. They'll be ringing up his mate, Bulbasaur, where are you? He's like, I'm in Magaluf, mate! I'm getting caught 6 times a night!
Well, I can tell you that Pokémon Go is not one of the most talked about things of the last year. Pokémon Go is a completely new gaming concept which has revolutionised the way children have their phones stolen in parks. OK, fingers on buzzers. What else have people been talking about this last year? What do you think?
It's been a bumper year for the Grim Reaper. There's been a lot of celebs dying or notable people dying. For me, the saddest was Paul Daniels when I saw his funeral. It was so sad the way they cut his coffin in half. And then separated it. Just the legs dangling out.
Joe, what do you think?
People die, don't they? I mean, I'm sad about it, but I'm sort of more worried about when my phone dies. I mean, that's a really upsetting experience.
I was genuinely very upset by Prince, and David Bowie as well. I just felt like that guy, I mean, just incredible.
I'll be honest with you, like, I didn't have no connection with David Bowie. I didn't like him in that Labyrinth film. I thought it was a bit weird. He's like, he was just too obsessed with nicking that baby. And it was never explained why he wanted to nick that baby. It was just never explained to me.
What annoyed me, though, was everyone's reaction to it on social media. It was like people tweeting, like, oh, my God, I've heard the news about Prince. I just don't know how I can go on. And like an hour and a half later, they're like, oh, photo of my cheesecake.
Who was the one that sort of hurt the most? Who did you...
My nan. No, I'm joking. She's not...
Is she actually there?
She's all right. Hopefully, I don't know. Well, when this goes out, she's all right at the moment. We'll see.
Do you know who I was really sad about, and I'm sure this is the same for you, Kate, was Harambe. Poor El Harambe died, Harambe the gorilla.
A kid fell into his enclosure, and so they thought, logically, shoot him. I would have shot the kid. You fell in there, mate. That's natural selection. Unlucky. He wins. Is it just me, or is Harambe quite hot?
It's not a gorilla, though. That's not, Kate, you're the animal expert. That's not a classic, like, I would expect it like this, but, like, that's sort of like...
No, that's a confident gorilla.
That's a sort of like an album.
Why are his sleeves a different colour to his trousers?
Sleeves! He looks like he's wearing a tank top, which is never a good look on a man.
Oh, he can pull it off, though.
But he can pull it off.
I like that I was weird for having a necklace of a unicorn fucking a panda, and now we're all talking about shagging
Harambe's
Harambe.
He's, look at him. Look at him, he's all strong. You know, you come home and you'd tell him about your sad, and you're like, I don't know why she was being really bitchy today, and I wasn't even fair, because like, she was just being passive-aggressive, so she wasn't even saying anything. He'd be like, baby, I know. You're a strong, independent woman. You don't have to worry about that. And I'm like, OK, Harambe, thanks, babes. It's a very British attitude, though. I'm always amazed by funerals here. Like, everyone in Ireland goes to anyone's funeral. It doesn't matter who. Like, even the local paedophile gets like 100 people easily
That's
at the
because
funeral.
you just go for the free drink.
My nana's funeral in Limerick was one of the best nights out I've ever
Yeah.
had. We went clubbing. It was awesome.
Clubbing?
Clubbing in Limerick.
You went clubbing?
Jimmy, do you wear your suits at the clubs? Or do you, like, cheekily have one T-shirt at home? They're like, when the young people ask me to go to a club, I wear the T-shirt. Like, I told you to wear.
I wear whatever my butler lays out for me.
I find the worst part about it all the people dying this year, because all the scandal that's gone on in the last few years with celebrities, when someone goes, have you heard about so-and-so? You go, oh, my God, what, dead or pedo? What is it?
OK, let's see if celebrity deaths are up there. Of course. Yes, 2016 was a bad year for celebrity deaths. Victoria Wood, Carolina Hearn, Paul Daniels and Terry Wogan all sadly died. It's like the Grim Reaper is stalking Britain's most beloved celebrities. So if you're watching, Mr. Motivator, I think you'll be all right. So those were the most talked about stories of the last year. But in other news, Sir Philip Green was criticised over his handling of the BHS pensions crisis. Sir Philip has a super yacht that he's named Lionheart. And if you're playing along at home, the answer is B, tiny penis. At the end of that, Rob, Jamali and Rick have 1 point, Aisling, Kate and Joe have 2 points. Yeah. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. What do you like the look of, Aisling?
Well, I really like the look of the bottom corner picture.
OK, so most people would rather spend time with their pets than their friends. What do you think?
Totally true.
Really?
What pets have you got?
Well, I've got 3 dogs, but one of them's a working dog, so she's sort of a pet.
When you say a working dog, do you mean
just
like
like
solves
typing away.
crimes?
Yeah, no, she does the housework. She's brilliant. No, she's a sheepdog.
She's a sheepdog.
Stumble out of bed and hop into the field, pour myself a cup full of milk and go and stretch, trying to get those sheep.
I prefer to spend time with my friends' pets than with my friends. Because my friend Karen has a dog that's a King Charles Spaniel, and it gets so excited when it sees me that it vomits on its own face. It's a beautiful image as it goes...
Have you got any pets?
No, I want to get a pet pig. Because
Cool idea.
you have to
You
get...
can't just have one, though.
You can't have just one?
They get lonely.
No, they're
get
really
lonely.
Moorish.
Get really, really lonely.
What I love about it is you have to walk them like a dog, and I just want to be that guy who's wandering around Birmingham with a pig on a lead.
You're already that guy.
What other pets do you have? You've got 3 dogs.
2 pigs.
You've got 2 pigs!
Are they for eating, or are they just for
No,
having them
these
for
ones
sake
are
of it?
not.
They're not for eating?
They were for breeding.
So you're breeding them to eat?
Breeding them to... Yes. Is that OK?
I mean, it's fine. I
They're
mean,
really
I
happy
don't
pigs.
personally eat pigs for
It's where you...
obvious reasons, but...
Well, it's getting your beard.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Have you got any pets, Rick?
Yeah, I've got a cat, and I much prefer spending time with my cat than my friends.
A cat feels like it's got you, rather than you having it, though.
But I quite like that. I've got to work for its affection. Like, I need it more than it needs me.
Sounds like an abusive relationship.
I'm a sucker for that stuff.
yeah. It calls you a piece of shit now and again.
What's your cat called?
Tippy.
Why Tippy?
After Tippi Hedren, the actress.
Mine's called Alan.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got any pets?
Yeah, I've got a cat.
What's it called?
Tootsie.
Tippy and Tootsie sounds like
Alan.
strippers. Well, it depends what you're doing with your pet, doesn't it? Because like,
It's none of your business, Rob.
Well, I mean, it depends what you do with your cat. I do love my cat, but my cat would be shit on a stag do. Do you know what I mean? So it depends what you want to do, doesn't
But
it?
a cat might be dynamite.
Have you ever put a cucumber behind your cat?
Well, I will just show you something that is remarkable.
You see, I don't particularly like cats, but I would get a cat just to do that.
Oh, it's so fun. I'm already trying to work out what I'm going to tell my wife about what I'm doing downstairs late at night with the cat and a cucumber.
Well, OK, let's get some answers on this. So most people would rather spend time with their pets than their friends. What are you going to go with?
I'll say true.
I think true.
I think true. I think a lot of people love their pets.
Well,
a bit
I'm
too
one of
much.
them. Yeah.
OK, what are you going to go for, Ashley?
False. I think false.
You're going to go false. OK,
Yeah,
so you've
people
gone
want
false, you've
human
gone
connection.
true.
Yeah.
I can tell you it's close, but the answer is false. Only 40% of people would rather spend time with their pets. Pets are better than friends. You try finding a friend who'll lick Marmite off your testicles for a biscuit and tell no one. So at the end of that round, it's 1 point for Rob's team and 3 points for Aisling's team. The winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Hardest New Year's resolution to keep?
I think for my New Year's resolution, like since we've had a baby, me and my wife, we've had too much sex. So I reckon just dialing it down. Just absolutely hammer and tong most nights. So.
My New Year's resolution is to have less sex with Rob's wife.
Yeah, you think a friend.
Hard, it's
a friend.
What upsets me most is you're bisexual. Not once have you rolled over to give me a go.
I just love the image there of Rob sort of curled up on one side going, oh, they're at it again, are they? Do you ever make any New Year's resolutions? Do you ever?
Yeah, I do some. Like, I always try and quit smoking, but I did look too goddamn cool doing that.
What about the e-cigarettes?
I'm on e-cigarette as well.
Oh, as well?
Yeah. I'm on both.
This one. Oh, that's...
One for outside, one for inside.
Oh, how lovely. So you're getting all the nicotine all the time? Kate, do you make any New Year's resolutions?
I think I'm going to now. I think I'm going to stop watching badgers and start playing Pokémon. It sounds really fun.
If you want to see a badger, just go down the M3 at about 7 in the morning.
Why do you know that?
Because I go out for them. Who would win in a fight, a fox or a cat?
Oh, I like this.
Great question. Because we've got a fox at the back, we're a bit worried about letting a cat out. What do you reckon?
Oh, I think Alan can handle himself.
Or shall I...
It's a South London cat called Alan. He'll be fine.
It's a South London cat.
I think they'd avoid each other in the end, but
if
there might be a kind of a bit of that cat stuff going
What happens
on.
if I put them in like a pterodome situation? Would they fight? Like they threw like one knife down, say one person leaves. Oh, and then, like...
I think you're going to see a lot of that going on as they try and pick up a knife. OK, so hardest New Year's resolution to keep?
I've got to get better at going to the theatre, because I have to go with the in-laws a lot. The way I deal with it is I had 4 pints of JD and Coke. By the end, I'm nearly heckled. You know, in the musical, there's always the girl at the beginning, and there's another girl that comes in halfway through, and he ends up leaving the first girl and then going with the second girl, but there's always an argument with the first girl. I was like, I'm a second away from shouting, bin her off, mate.
So how would you be better at going to the theatre?
Well, first of all, I've learned that you order those drinks at the middle. They're not yours.
The interval drinks?
The interval drinks are an organised affair. They're not just, have a go.
I've always thought the interval is the time to minesweep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. God, they're not drinking this, are they? I bet it weren't. They have little tickets on. Someone's ordered them.
The security's not all that,
No, it's not. But the thing is, though, they're also middle class. You bang them back, no one's saying nothing. Look at them in the eye. What are you going to do about it?
And then in the second half, all the audience are sitting there going, who drunk our drinks? And then you shout, bin her off, mate!
OK, so hardest New Year's resolution to keep. Let's get some answers. What do you
there
think?
must be exercise, a gym. That must be up there.
Oh,
Gym.
it's related.
Eat less.
Lose weight.
That's exactly right.
Smashed it.
Yes, the hardest New Year's resolution to keep is losing weight. January's a great time to try and lose weight because you're cold, depressed and surrounded by hundreds of unopened boxes of Quality Street. That sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Rob, Jamali and Rick have 2 points, Aisling, Kate and Joe have 3 points. They're the winners! Thanks to all of our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Star Baker, it's Liam Charles. He's a stand-up guy. It's Ed Gamble. And Rob Beckett, their team captain. And facing them tonight, made in Dagenham, it's Stacey Solomon. Show me the funny, it's Lou Sanders. And Aisling B, their team captain. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, the Queen has spent 72% of her life on the throne? I'm guessing that'll be IBS. 57% of Brits think children should be taught about orgasms at school. They did it at my school, but weirdly, during PE. And 1 in 5 women talk to their mum at least once a day. And not just women. I talk to your mum at least 3 times a day. Although £3 a minute is expensive. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our palace job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Rob's team, what do you think the nation should be talking about this week?
Well, the big release of the Avengers film. I know, yeah. Now, you're excited about this, Liam?
I am buzzing for Avengers. I literally, so you know how there's been like 22 films?
Yeah.
I've been watching one every week leading up to the Endgame.
What is your endgame? Losing your virginity?
Liam, tell me about watching the 22 Avengers movies in a row, because I've missed a couple of the key ones.
You want to start off with Captain America, because he's like the first Avenger. Right. And then you want to watch Iron Man, because he's like the tech whiz. And then they got the Avengers, where like Hawkeye, Black Widow...
Is Hawkeye not the shittest? Because everyone else can fly, and he's, oh, I'm good with a bow and arrow.
Hawkeye is what I also call my vagina.
Does he wear a patch?
Once a month, yeah.
It's hard to keep up with it all, though, isn't it? All I know about it is this Thanos geezer wants Infinity Stones. Infinity Stones sounds like an advert for a 13-year-old girl's Christmas toy. You know, you see, like, Infinity Stones. Customise it, share it, personalise it, wear it. Infinity Stones.
That's a very...
Infinity Stones.
That's all I want to hear for the rest of the show.
I know a Thanos. He's a geezer who does my dry cleaning. Oh. All I know about him is he will wash and iron a shirt for £1. But I do actually call him Iron Man. There's a bit of our banter.
Have you watched these movies, actually?
I haven't watched them at all. I'm just more excited about Frozen 2 coming out, or as I call it, refreeze. Are you going to see that?
Yeah, I see all the kids' films. They're the ones that I can digest without getting anxiety, do you know what I mean?
Do you think it's weird, speaking of Frozen 2, if you, for example, are a woman who kind of forgot to have children, oops, do you think it's weird for me to go and sit and watch it on my own in the afternoon in the cinema?
No.
Would you judge someone on their own in the cinema if you've got kids?
If you have forgotten to have any, I've remembered to have loads, so you can have some of mine.
Please, handy, because I do not want to ruin this tight little situation I've developed.
Mine's fucked.
Ed, fan of the Avengers?
Love the Avengers. My slight problem with it is it's 3 hours long.
So it's difficult when to pick to go for a piss. But I've come up with a good idea. You might like this, Rob. Right into the script, the character's going for a piss in the film. So when, like, Tony Stark says, I need to go for a slash, that's when you know it's all right to get up and go. And if you don't need one, then you just be able to see Robert Downey Jr.'s cock.
I've got a question, you might know this. How comes, no matter how big the Incredible Hulk gets, the waist on his trousers still fit?
Because it's a 12 rated film.
Oh, so you don't want a big green dick?
No. I don't want that.
Yeah, imagine that. Like, you wouldn't be able to... He's swinging around, dick's coming with him. Knocking out the little ones, headbutting the big ones. What an end to a film that is. He punches Thanos and then his dick wallops the rings. The Infinity things. Infinity Stones. Personalise and share them. Infinity Stones.
OK, let's have a look and see if it's up there. Yes, it's the release of the new Avengers movie. We're a bit like the Avengers on this show. I'm obviously a bit like Iron Man, Aisling, she'd be Black Widow, and Rob is the nerdy loser with big teeth that goes to see all the films on his own.
It's a bit weird that you asked him about being a virgin, you've not stopped touching him since.
I love to fuck.
OK, Aisling's team. What have the nation been talking about this week?
Oh, it must be Extinction Rebellion, all of the stuff that's going on with climate change. I know you're not too worried about it, Jimmy, you'll never biodegrade, but people are finally, like, waking up to what's going on in the environment, and it's gone on for quite a while in terms of being a protest. It started off where people were like, oh, what is this? Then people were getting annoyed, like, you're getting in the way and trying to get to work. Then people were like, oh, maybe they have a point, who's a 16-year-old girl, what she's saying, and now people are so into it. It's very much the same emotional journey I go on when I eat monkey nuts at Halloween. It's just like, oh, now I can't have enough of it. I'm so obsessed by it.
Why do you have monkey nuts on Halloween?
Everyone has monkey nuts on Halloween.
Pumpkins and sweets, sure. Monkey nuts, never heard of it.
This feels like some weird Irish thing that you didn't realise.
I've only just discovered that because of the silence of the audience when I said monkey nuts on Halloween.
What do you mean by monkey nuts? You mean
Those
like...
little ones that look like you feed them to elephants.
Guys, I know climate change is pressing, but now it feels like there's a bigger issue here at play. Monkey nuts, you have to do talent and then you get monkey nuts. OK, maybe not, everyone knows. If you're Irish, please tweet in with support.
I sympathise with you because I found out my dad does stuff that I didn't realise other people's dad.
Oh, no.
You know, like, you know when you see a penny pick it up, all day long you'll have good luck,
Yeah.
right? My dad gobs on it. I see a penny pick it up all day long, puts it in his pocket.
My nan does that, but just with everything. No, she does. She's
I
like...
imagine Grandad's thrilled.
She's worried about something, she'll say, oh, God forbid. Like a superstitious thing.
Yeah, I could sort of see that. So, back to the Extinction Rebellion.
People were so negative about it in the way that it was phrased. Were like, oh, they're stopping traffic. Like, I stop traffic all the time because I'm so fit. Jimmy, what's that face for? And they were sort of gluing themselves to everything, and a few of them glued themselves to Jeremy Corbyn's fence, which is difficult because he's been sitting on it since Brexit. Thank you.
Yes! They did chain themselves to things and glue themselves to things. Here's some protesters underneath a truck.
We're going to speak to a couple of protesters underneath this truck here. You're glued to the truck.
I am chained.
You're chained.
Grace is glued.
Grace is glued. You've been here for 2 days. How much longer are you prepared to stay here?
Let's put it into perspective, okay? I've got to the airport with my son and we're about to go on a journey somewhere, and all of a sudden there's an announcement that tells us that the plane only has a 10% chance of landing. Would you put your son on that plane?
What?
Wow.
What? Sorry, no, I asked how long are you going to be there?
I'd rather stick him on a plane than underneath a fucking lorry.
It's very odd to hear a woman who's glued herself to a lorry saying, let's get some perspective.
Liam, are you worried about climate change?
Not really.
No,
I'm gonna be honest. Well, to be fair, I was in the car last week,
You're rolling, yeah?
Rolling.
Yeah, sure.
And so I wound down my window, and then, like, one of the protesters looked at me and was like this. And then she mimed, you know what time it is. No, I swear. Like, I was just like, whoa.
What time was it?
I don't know, probably like 4:05 maybe.
Everyone said it's great that teenagers are going to these protests and they're becoming a lot more engaged in the environment, but they're teenagers. They're only going to the protest to see if they can get off with someone. Like, when I was 16, I would have gone to a BNP rally to see a bit of side boob.
Well, Stacey, you're doing your bit for climate change. What are you doing?
Yeah, we recycle and we try and wear the same clothes all the time.
You've got kids. Are you worried about the next generation?
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. I mean, what kind of question is that, Jimmy?
OK, let's see if it's up there. Yes, it's Extinction Rebellion. You might be thinking, how long can these protesters stay camped out in central London? Haven't they got jobs and homes to go to? No, they have not. Fingers on buzzers. Rob's team.
Is it the marathon? The thing with the marathon is, right, it's annoying when someone runs it because you have to donate. If someone goes, I'm running the marathon, here's my Just Giving page, you've got to get in early, right, with like $5 or a tenner.
Oh,
some absolute big dick swinging idiot bangs up, doesn't go anonymous, bangs up £150. There you go, mate, such a great cause. Fuck off! My £5 looks shit now. So you've got to get in early.
No matter, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Jimmy, I will not fucking sponsor you to run for donkeys or whatever you're doing.
I ran it a couple of years ago for a type 1 diabetes charity. But I am type 1 diabetic, so I will see the money eventually.
It's sponsored by Virgin Money, so Liam, that's you, isn't it?
Tell him, you fucked, didn't you?
I fuck.
Is that a virgin? You've had sex, haven't you, Liam?
Yeah, I'm not a virgin.
3 times?
Twice.
Way! I want that to be the name of your next baking book. Ah, fuck.
It always makes me laugh when I watch it. Sometimes you see everyone dressed up. I just imagine that people have been out on an all-nighter on a fancy dress party and stumble out, and then they're in it. And they're not actually doing that for charity. They've got caught up in it and run the race.
Having run one, that can be quite demeaning. I was overtaken by a man dressed as a padlock. Sort of a low point. And then immediately after that, I had a bottle of water and a bottle of Lucozade Sport, and I needed to cool down. And I got the wrong bottle and sprayed Lucozade Sport in my face. That had a really sticky face, and I was chased by one bee for 6 miles.
I like the irony of like running for diabetes and running it mostly covered in sugar on your face.
Oh, I shit myself as well, but... No, I shit myself in the training.
On the train-in?
No, not on the train-in. That's why I got such a good time. I was like, I've got to get around and change.
What was your time? How quick did you do it?
3:39.
Wow!
Well, it proves.
My
I think it proves beyond reasonable doubt you cannot give your time in a marathon and not sound a bit smug.
Yeah.
I did a triathlon once.
Did you?
Yeah.
What are the three... Oh, this is going to go down well in Ireland. The 3 tries.
Yeah. You cycle, swim and then run.
All at once?
You don't have... No, because that would be impossible. You can't run in the water.
That's not what Jesus said.
When does the swimming come in that? Because it feels like if that comes last, that's
I'd started with the swim and it was terrible. I was like wading out rubbish. You want to know about climate change? Go and swim in the Thames.
You swam in the Thames. Is that how you got pregnant?
Yes.
I've heard that can happen.
I saved a man from the Thames once, no big deal.
Wow.
Yeah, I jumped in to save him because he was drowning.
Did you...
Fuck him after, yes.
That's a lovely story, heartwarming.
What's weird is when people run for charities like, you know, climate change, and then all of a sudden they run along, like, yeah, let's save the planet, sponsor me, and then they just get a bottle of drink, a big plastic bottle, and they just go, Sometimes they're just lobbing plastic everywhere. We've got to, like, we can't have a normal straw. Have you ever tried to have a McDonald's milkshake with a cardboard straw? It's a joke.
They've just changed. McDonald's have gone to full paper straws.
Yeah, but it's impossible. You can't do it. It doesn't work. Look, let's just have plastic for milkshakes. Let's have some humanity here.
Why don't
even the turtles will go, give them plastic for a milkshake. Fuck's sake.
You can have your own metal one. I've got my own metal straw.
I have my own metal
You can't walk around South East London with my own metal weapon. I'll get tasered on the way for a milkshake.
Also, Rob, if you had a metal straw, you'd look like the fanciest cokehead.
That's not You're ruining the reputation of metal straws. They're better than that. They're not just for Coke.
Not just... well, I can tell you the London Marathon is not one of the most talked about things this week. I love the London Marathon. It's the only time of year where you can watch 1,000 white people chasing some black guys and not worry about it being a hate crime. OK, should we have a bit of a marathon challenge?
Oh, yeah, go on.
Rob, Aisling, OK, what I've got for you here, I've got pedometers and a number. OK, numbers on, and then pedometer on, I think, probably forehead. And then what we're going to do is give you 90 seconds to do as many steps as possible. Whoever wins gets a bonus point.
Come on, Rob.
OK.
Oh, God.
All right. OK, so your time starts...
Can I just say I have no sports bra on, so this could go very right.
As many steps as possible, by any means necessary. Good luck, the marathon challenge.
I'm going to Irish dance.
We're going? Yes! Come on, Rob! OK. Are you Irish dancing the marathon? There's going to be some chafing. Rob?
Don't hold your tits, you'll be fine.
Energy.
I don't want to mess up your makeup.
You guys smash it on the floor as well.
Feel a bit weird doing this with all this.
I feel like that's going to be a meme, Jimmy.
10 seconds to go. OK. Time's up. OK, take a seat. OK, so I've got Aisling.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all.
Rob? Cheers, mate.
OK.
That's what I need warming up for this.
I needed my highlights done anyways.
This is actually what they use for my teeth when they do a filling.
OK, so how many steps did Aisling get? 136. How many did you get?
156.
No!
156. Rob has the win. Although, if we're giving points for style, I think the Irish dancing your way around a marathon was pretty good.
I'm not blaming my boobs, but I would like a rematch where you held two, I'd say, small melons. And see how we went again with just weight.
I'll swap you 2 melons for a chipolata and a couple of hazelnuts.
I feel like I'm at a very strange auction here and I'm not comfortable. OK, fingers on buzzers. What else have the nation been talking about this week?
What are they talking about? The state visit for Donald Trump.
Oh, yes.
He's getting the full bells and whistles.
The whole
No,
thing.
but he's not, is he?
No?
Because she's got the painters in.
What?
I mean, this is the Queen we're talking about.
I'm not a doctor, but I think she's a bit old for that.
She's having the work done, isn't she, to her house?
What's she having done to her house?
I don't know, I reckon painting, scaffolding, just doing it up the West Wing, I think it's called. So she said he can't come. He has to stay somewhere else.
And she's asked your advice on this, or how do you... Presumably you're wearing the overalls you're doing the painting in.
No, I'm not painting her house.
Thank you for clarifying. Liam, what do you think? Donald Trump, do you think he should be allowed to visit?
Nope.
OK.
Done.
I think we should go with... your view.
I love it when the Queen gives Trump shade. Do you remember last time with her outfits? Like, there was one day where she wore that badge that Obama had given her. I'd love if this time she just, like, throws off her cloak when she arrives and she has a T-shirt saying, "The pussy's grabbed back."
Well, last time Trump was kind of... He broke protocol and he sort of walked in front of her quite sort of rudely. Have a look at this clip. You'll see she tries to kind of get round him. He just stands in the way. OK, here we go. Yeah, look at these guards. We're going to walk down here. What? Get fucking back here. Walk in front of the Queen.
I think to masterstroke, do you know what I think the Queen's going to do? She's going to send Prince Philip to pick him up from the airport.
They're taking him to Portsmouth, though, aren't they?
Oh.
He's coming over and they're going to Portsmouth. It's like offering someone a tour of your house and starting inside the bin.
Hi, people in Portsmouth.
I think he's coming over, though. I know what he's up to. Hadrian's Wall. Wants to have a look at it, doesn't he? There's not many walls left. There's, you know, because out of all the walls, because he wants to build a wall.
Great Wall of China.
Chinese Wall.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Chinese Wall.
It's not called the Chinese Wall.
It is in my house.
The Chinese wall is where you order Friday night dinner from.
Well, that China, and then Berlin's gone, isn't it?
Berlin's gone.
That one's gone.
Well done, mate.
What's left after that? Adrian's? Wolves Viennetta? Adrian, yeah. Oh, actually, I've got 2 kids, and that blimp of him as like, a big baby, it put me off, like, going for a 3rd kid, because if I had a little boy, it'd be that.
Trump thinks we've got a very special relationship, and people always talk about the special relationship between Britain and America. Here's Trump talking about it. He's making it sound like something terrible happened between him and Theresa May.
I would give our relationship with the UK, and now, especially after this 2 days, with your Prime Minister, I would say the highest level of special. Now, am I allowed to go higher than that? I'm not sure. But it's the highest level of special. They're very special people. It's a very special country, and as I said, I have a relationship because my mother was born in Scotland.
Do you know what upsets me most about that clip? I'm wearing the same outfit as Theresa May.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, the tragedy of it is that we've invited over, like, a celebrity-turned-president of America, Donald Trump, and he's coming over. He's a laughingstock worldwide, and he's going to address Parliament, and the worst part is he won't be the worst politician in that room.
What do you like the look of?
Well,
that's me.
Yeah. Oh, it's Liam. And we're going to go for Liam, the picture of Liam.
OK. So most people think being good at baking is sexy. True or false?
Baking is sexy.
Yeah?
Especially if you bake with, like, dark chocolate.
What's the sexiest thing to bake then? If you were, you know,
If I was sliding into someone's DMs.
If you were sliding into someone's DMs, I'm going to bake you a cake. What cake do you bake?
I'll go chocolate caramel.
Stop it.
Yeah. And then probably, like, candied hazelnuts on top. Yeah. 4 layers.
Yeah.
That's just dessert, though. There's dessert after, but can't talk about that.
You have 2 desserts?
I think he's talking about shagging.
Oh. I was genuinely more turned on about the fact there'd be 2 cakes to eat. I'm so excited.
Would you say something sexy while you're baking? Would you be like, hey, does this make your lemon drizzle?
Oh. Odd story of the first time. Well, what I thought was the first time I met Liam from Bake Off.
Oh my gosh.
But it was
I
not
remember
the
this.
first time I met Liam from Bake Off. So I am at Extra Slice. Liam comes up to me, and this is just after the #MeToo campaign started.
Where's this story going?
Exactly. Liam comes up to me and goes, "You showed me your bra once when I was a kid."
Yeah.
And everyone around me is like, and I'm like, no, I don't. What did I? How? What did I do? And then you were like, yeah, you lifted up your top and showed me your boobs.
Yeah.
And it's still, nothing is coming back, which is not always a good sign. And then he goes, yeah, we were in a TV show together and I played someone. You should have opened with that.
It was my pal that asked to see your tits for a $5.
Yes, in the show,
In the show.
Liam. In the show. In the show.
If baking made people sexy, no, it can't, because I don't go into Greggs and think I really want to bang the staff.
Ed, do you do any baking?
No, because as we've established, I'm type 1 diabetic, so... If you discover me in a flat baking, it means I've hit rock bottom.
Aisling, do you bake?
Well, I did the Bake Off.
How'd you do? Go on, did you win?
Well, I joined 3rd out of 4, so yeah. I did. It's a lot more stressful when you're actually in there. Have you done it?
Yeah, I did it. Oh. It was really stressful, but I had a great time. I made a unicorn cake. I made a shoe bun tower that looked like a unicorn because they asked us to make self-portraits out of shoe.
I understood about half of those words. You know you're not a unicorn, though, right?
No, I was doing an inner self-portrait of, if you cut me open, there'd be sort of unicorn horns and glitter as blood.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting birth, isn't it? Galloping out.
How about you, Lou? Do you bake?
Badly, yeah, really badly. But I am sexy when I do it.
Lou made me a pizza once.
Was it nice?
No, it was absolutely awful.
Yeah.
It tasted of nothing and everything.
Yeah. Sexy!
So what do you think, true or false? People think bacon's sexy?
People think it's quite sexy, I think, don't you, Liam? You're the expert here.
Liam?
Yeah, go for it, yeah, true.
You think true? OK, what do you think, Aisling?
I think we're going to say false.
OK. Well, I can tell you the answer is true. 67% of people think baking is sexy. Yeah. Yeah, 67% of people think baking is sexy. I agree, my mum's amazing at baking and she's hot. Proper MILF. What? It's all right, it's dead now. I don't know what you're applauding there. I don't know what you're applauding. OK. Right, time for a quick bonus round. As Liam's here, we're going to have a cake decorating challenge. Rob, Aisling, to the cake decorating station. Yeah. Now, your task is simple. Use the ingredients in front of you to create a cake that's a self-portrait.
Rob, you can definitely do a self-portrait. The shape and colour's exactly the same already.
OK. Here's what you're aiming for. This is a self-portrait I iced earlier.
Is that not just one of your spare faces, Jimmy?
And to make things more interesting, I will be electrocuting you as you ice the cakes.
Oh,
okay?
shit!
OK, so Liam and I will be judging at the end of this, as fairly as we can. You're up against the clock on this, so start decorating now.
OK. Come on, Rob! That's so anxious.
This is very therapeutic. Oh, my bloody
It's so horrible.
lads. I'm...
I'm 2 more away from emptying my bowels.
Oh, my God.
I thought that might help.
I'm going to Radcliffe down my leg in a minute.
Oh, Jesus, shit! Jimmy, now, you little whore. Oh, my God!
This is the most Irish I've ever seen.
OK, 10 seconds to go, 10 seconds.
Can I take some of your bits?
We need more marshmallows for Rob's teeth.
OK.
Oh, mine is actually looking brilliant. Ah, you little shit! Oh, my God! Oh!
Let's take a look at your cakes.
So therapeutic.
You all right?
I don't know. I think I'm like, thank Jesus.
I would say, actually, that was maybe the best swearing I've ever heard. So, Rob, take us through your cake. Just turn it round there. OK, perfect. And let's take a look at Aisling's.
This is...
Aisling, can I ask, were you in the Mighty Boosh at some stage? Rob, could you hold that up against Aisling's face so we can see? I mean, it's pretty much identical.
Thank you.
Oh. OK, so, Liam, whose is the best?
Liam?
Yeah?
OK, so whose cake is the best?
Aisling?
Yes! Yes!
How's that lost?
Bob, your little face.
Oh, it's all right. It stayed intact. Best way to surprise your other half. Rob.
I read a book in front of her once.
And that caterpillar was very hungry, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Winking at your mother-in-law. Throws everyone off.
It's got a very good wink. It's only a South London thing.
Yeah, I think generations ago, people have done deals with that wink. It's been passed down from...
Oh, no, that's not just a South London thing. That's a very Irish thing as well. That's
wink.
because condoms in Ireland were illegal until like a ridiculous time. So when you went into the chemist, you had to ask for some paracetamol.
Oh, I thought you meant you just got the end of your knob to wink and no cum came out.
Liam, are you in a relationship?
No.
Uh-oh.
No, but...
Sound like there might be a bit of something going on there.
There is.
Aww.
I'm seeing someone.
You're seeing someone, but you're not in a relationship.
Yeah.
It would be a great way to surprise them by announcing it on television.
What camera? Camera one. Would you be my girlfriend?
If that goes out, then you're in a relationship now.
Pretty much.
What's her name? Full name? Mary.
Oh, I could do that one.
Where does she live?
She doesn't actually live in this country. She lives in the US.
Oh, she's made up.
Oh!
Yeah. Whereabouts do you imagine she lives?
LA.
LA? Yeah, nice. That's the best place for an imaginary girlfriend.
It's not actually.
How did you meet?
Yeah, so she came over to England. Like, we just met, like, you know, like, tradition. Like, we saw each other and just, like, hit it off then. Yeah.
Oh. That sounds like a very nondescript story.
Yeah.
There's almost no details in that. We sort of met in the traditional way.
Does she bake?
Oh, no, she doesn't. She doesn't. She's not really good at cooking. It's just fine. I can do it.
Yeah.
It's hard to cook when you don't exist.
Okay, she's fake. She's fake. She's fake and I'm a virgin.
Ashley, have you surprised a lover?
I mean, one time in my 20s, I was going out with someone. We've been going out with someone for a few years, and it was Valentine's Day. And I thought it'd be funny to kind of like do some hair removal. His name began with an S. And as I got out of the shower, I was looking in the mirror going, Ashlyn, you absolute legend. And then I was like, oh, why can I see S in the mirror? Oh, I'd done it the wrong way around. It was a surprise, though. It was S for surprise. Yeah.
S for super vag.
Thank you, yeah.
The big mistake was, of course, that men find pubic hair disgusting, so shouldn't have had any in the first place. I'm joking. It's actually back in fashion.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll show you.
So, best way to surprise your other half?
Say yes to sex.
Yes. OK. Ed, have you surprised the other half with anything?
Yeah, I proposed, which is a good way to surprise. Thank you very much. But the real surprise is the next morning, I pretended that it hadn't happened. Just denied all knowledge of it for about an hour. She thought she was going mad. It was brilliant.
A little bit of gaslighting, always fun. Where was the proposal? Was it a restaurant? Was it?
Japan.
Japan is good.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
classy.
Well, it depends where in Japan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was the Hiroshima Memorial. It was in a park.
Oh, you could have gone to a park here. There's loads.
It's a long way to go for a park,
isn't it?
It's something I do, but I say it for Christmas as a little surprise. I paint my helmet red and scream, "Here comes Rudolph." Bit weird.
You should try doing that with your partner.
It's lost on the kids at the grotto.
Stacey, what do you do to surprise Joe?
Nothing really. No, I'm a terrible person. I'm a terrible girl.
When's the last time he was surprised? Like,
when I said I'm pregnant, because he was like, when did we have sex?
So you surprised him with that. How shocked was he?
Like, really, really shocked, because I think...
You can't get pregnant the way you normally do it?
I think he thought he was safe because he's getting a bit older, and I think he thought, oh, yeah, I'll be all right. They'll be a bit slower now. So he won't. How old is he? 37.
So he thought he was 37, so he'd just be coming dust by now.
And, you know, we don't see each other a lot, so I think he thought he got away with it. You're clear. Lo and behold, I was plotting. I only need one day, Jimmy. Just one day. That small window.
Yeah.
He does it through a window, does he?
Surprising. OK, best way to surprise your other half. Let's get some answers. What do you think?
Trip away? A little holiday?
Literally it. That's book a weekend away is the exact right answer. Yes, the best way to surprise your partner is to book a weekend away. I booked a weekend away, and my girlfriend was very surprised because she thought she was coming too. OK, final question. Worst thing about guests staying the night?
Is it when you say, make yourself at home, and help yourself to anything you want, and then they do. My dad stays, and he's... I don't know what happens, what age you get to as a dad, and your boxer shorts have got no structural integrity. And it's just like a flappy little walnut with a sheet that's on a washing line on a windy spring day.
Tell your dad to come and stay at mine.
What do you think, Ashley?
Is it when they're worried that you're filming them? That actually happened. You know that happened in an Airbnb, that a whole family was getting filmed by the host. When I travel, I Airbnb a lot, and it's always been my paranoia that the hosts are filming me. Like, I always feel like sometimes I'm a bit weirded out. Like, on one hand, I'm like, oh my God, that's so creepy. And then on the other hand, sometimes I'm like, well, may as well put on a show.
Is it holding in a fart?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, do you need me to pull your finger?
I vouch for that. Especially, do you know what a Dutch oven is?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel like I really don't want that to be a recipe in your new book, Liam.
I like a good fart, especially like the loud ones that have like loads of depth of like smell and that. So I can't.
It's honestly
really...
like you're describing a loaf right now.
This is the idea.
OK, please go on.
Yeah, so I normally like top and toe with my pals or whatever if they stay at mine. So I can't really fart that much if they stay in my bed.
When your friends stay over, you top and tail?
Yeah.
That's called a 69, Liam.
Because my bed is pretty big, isn't it? So I'm not like, oh, you can sit on my sofa, because my sofa's a bit tired now.
Have you not got a floor?
Yeah, well, who wants to sleep on the floor?
I'd rather that than your stinky ass in my face.
How does your sofa get tired? I mean, what does it do all day?
I mean, do you know what? It's like, how old is it?
Holding it in does hurt as well. I went on a flight once with somebody that I didn't know very well, and I held it in the whole flight. I got there and I thought I was dying. I genuinely was doubled over in pain from the wind that I'd accumulated whilst in the air.
Are you sure you're pregnant?
Or like the worst ones is when you're going up the escalator, like, you know, and you know you farted, innit, but it's a silent one, and like, they're bum level with you. So it just goes into your face.
I don't...
You're like a fart assassin. You're like a weird fart assassin. I feel sorry for your imaginary girlfriend having to part with this.
When you first start seeing someone and you're staying over, you don't really want to fart in bed with them. So, like, you have to hold it in. I remember I tried to hold it in for hours and hours, and I was like, well, I'm going to have to go to the toilet, because they had like there's a flat share which had like an ensuite room. So like, I was like, how am I going to do this? So what I did is, and I've still used it to this day, if you just pull your arse cheeks open, it just sort of just whistles out of it. It feels like you're deflated. It went on for ages. Even I nearly woke her up and go, I know, you're gonna have to listen to this.
OK, let's get some answers on this. Worst thing about guests staying the night?
Is it when they leave reviews?
Is it when they won't sleep with you?
Yeah. Is it having to make conversations with people when you think, actually, I don't know what to say to you, even though you're my brother?
I think you might not have planned for this, and the longer it goes on, the angrier you'll get.
Oh.
They stay longer than they should.
Getting them to leave.
Yeah. Yes.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Aisling, Lou and Stacey have 2 points, but the winners, Rob, Ed and Liam, have 6 points. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
You cannot be serious. It's Fred Serious. Stand Up Girls. It's Judi Love. And Rob Beckett, their team captain. And facing them tonight, your Mish is our command. It's Mish Kumar. As for questions, it's Natasha Dimitriou and Harry Godleman, their guest team captain. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 3 in 10 pet owners sign their animal's name in cards? It's fun in a birthday card, less appropriate in a card which reads, "Sorry for your loss, lots of love, Mr. Mittens." Snails have approximately 25,000 teeth, so a snail might be Rob's real dad. It's especially good because my teeth are so natural. Antarctica is the cleanest place on Earth. Makes sense. Poles do make excellent cleaners. And 63% of people say they'd be comfortable with a gay monarch. So it doesn't matter if it's Queen and Country or Queen and Penisy. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. With all the Brexit stuff going on, we thought we'd ask the nation the best things Europe has given us. Rob's team, what do you think are the best things Europe's given us?
I mean, food's got to be up there.
Do you like European food? What's your favourite European food?
I'm not a big fan of European food. I prefer British food.
What sort of thing?
Nando's, Cafe Rouge, Zzz's.
Proper stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, proper stuff.
European food, what do you think?
Pizzas aren't real food anyway. That's a cheese and tomato toasty. Mediterranean food is the kind of food you eat when you can't be asked to cook.
No, but that's because you can't cook.
Yeah. Well, that is true.
You just put people in seats.
It's a good place got you there.
I mean, it's true, it's a fair point. I'm not a good cook.
Are you not a good cook?
Tapas I don't understand, because that's not enough. Is that Spanish for not enough?
We haven't made enough of that. Have some of that.
No, we'll need more. We're going to need more. And when, in this country, we celebrate big portions, don't we?
Yes.
Not tiny portions. Like, we were like, people boast about going somewhere where you could, all you could eat.
All you could eat.
All you could eat. So tapas doesn't work.
You've not had Greek food, have you?
I have had Greek food.
Well, that's like if you come to my house on my dad's Greek.
There are loads.
Oh, there's a pig. There's a pig and a goat and a whole farm. It's not a spit.
Little.
Like old MacDonald,
Yeah.
just with a line through it. Listen, Jimmy, just between you and me, right? I've said some real bad stuff about Brexit because I think it's a really bad idea. And I'm a bit worried now that it's happening, they're going to deport me. So, I basically need to roll some of that back. Leave means leave. I hate all European food. I just want to eat sausage and mash and fish and chips, and I just want it to get all bunged up in my bowels, and I just want to feel blockages because there should be no freedom of movement, whether it's goods and people across the border or feces coming out of my anus.
Can we just take a moment there to enjoy the punchline? Feces coming out of my anus. Do you eat any European foods, Judi? What's your favourite?
OK, so I like pizza, I like Italians.
Where do you stand on a calzone?
On a cows only?
A calzone, a folded pizza.
Oh, everything on me's folded, so I really ain't got no complaints. They say Mediterranean food is like some of the most healthiest. They say that they live the longest.
Yeah, they reckon in Italy, north of Italy, they've got the longest life expectancy in the world. 100 years they live to.
It's too long, isn't it?
That's a lot.
I'd rather have KFC and tap out at 75.
That's a lot. That's a lot of council tax.
I don't think. You never hear that though when Jamie Oliver's banging on about eat some more olive oil, live to 100. 80 to 100, those are 20 boring years.
Oh, yeah.
No one ever goes, oh my God, I've had a blinding 85th birthday.
No, not unless you're Jamaican. My dad's about 85, and I swear. Dad,
about 85, we don't know.
Who knows? Who's my dad? And he has a lovely lovely time. He has a lovely time. I've got a 2-year-old sister.
Kerry, what do you think?
No disrespect, but too many cheeses in France.
What do you mean, too many cheeses?
We've got cheddar, we've got the orange one. Dairy Lee, cheese strings.
Laughing cow. The one with the cow, yeah.
Quavers.
Quavers.
We don't need all the other ones.
Brexit means Brexit.
Also, there's too much option with European, like all the pasta shapes. Like, I argue with my kids about pasta shapes, and they're like, oh, we don't like bows, we only like shells. I'm like, you don't give a shit about shape when it's chocolate. And they always... they don't have the cock and balls pasta shapes at Supermarket. What's that one called?
Is that for hen do?
I don't think that's an Italian tradition, Kerry.
There is!
Testicalia.
You can get that.
My dad was a chef, and there was a time where he was a really good cook, but then something happened, I think laziness, and the stuff he cooks now, me and my brother call it, like, filthy delicious. This is not a lie. The other day, we were like, what are you going to have for dinner, Dad? And he was like, I'm going to treat myself, get something a little bit special, just something ready-made. I'm going to get a quiche and have some chippies with it. He accidentally mistook a quiche for a chocolate tart. So he cooked a Sara Lee chocolate tart with chips and was like that. Something's wrong. The egg is very bad in this quiche.
So, OK, well, I'm starting to understand why the Greek economy is ruined. Now, we all like pizza, right? We all like pizza. There's some unusual ways of eating it. Take a look at this.
I'm glad he turned around. I thought he was just going straight through the back of his head. Passing it through.
Could you do that?
I reckon I could do that.
Right, excellent.
Oh, no, hang on.
I've got pizzas.
No.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, over. Lovely.
Oh,
my God, that's massive!
I don't like... hang on.
Oh, my...
Is this like a proper Italian...
I think someone's left it in the garden, Jim.
You're taking the veg off. Oh, you are so South London.
If it was any good, they would have chopped it up and put it in the sauce. So what have I got to try and do this in
You've
one
got to
go?
try and get that in one. Right.
Oh, my God.
Oh, hang on. Oh, I think you can do it. Incredible.
It's like watching a cow birth in reverse.
I could do extra work on Emmerdale. You can't afford a real cow. Come here, give me a piece. That's what.
Your wife is so lucky, Rob.
My eyes started watering. I had a newfound respect for certain activities.
With British food, like, there's a restaurant in Paris, isn't there, where it's British cuisine?
That's right. And lots of Italians, Greek, French, restaurants.
It's such a lovely accent. You just do anything for him.
Can you say aubergine?
Anything.
Aubergine.
Oh, for God's sake.
Can you say, I regret to tell you that we're going to have to put your dog down?
Je suis désolé de vous dire, mais on va devoir tuer votre chien.
Do it! Put it down!
Do you know what?
Take it.
Throw it in the canal.
I'm going to get a dog so you can put it down.
Sorry, throw it in the canal. What vets are you using, Jimmy?
The one next to the canal. Right, let's see if food is up there. Yes, it's European food. European food is incredibly varied, whether you want to have the shits, the squits, the squirts, or the skitters. There's something for everyone. In the 1950s, you could only find olive oil in the chemists, so I guess our nanas were using olive oil as lube. Different types of food are popular in different parts of the country. For example, Brummies love a curry, Geordies enjoy a Chinese, whilst the most popular food in Liverpool is prison. OK, let's test how well you know your European delicacies. Rob, Judi, let's go and play the European Food Challenge. Oh, OK. Come on. Right, OK. Here we go. OK, it's the cat's taste test, so blindfolds on.
It's like one of your dinner parties, Jim. Blindfolds on. It's his house, we do what he says.
You've seen Eyes Wide Shut?
No, just that the last time I put blindfolds on and put something in my mouth, I got pregnant. So I'm just...
OK, Rob, you are first. You've got to tell me what this is and what country it's from, OK?
You putting it in?
Yep.
It feels like, hang on.
Open wide, open wide. No, you're
I thought I
fine.
had another 10 years till the jungle. Oh.
That's...
Oh, I thought you gave me a lot then. It's like a German sausage, isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, Frankfurter from Germany, yes.
Oh.
OK. Judi, you're up next. All right, just open wide. Take a bite.
It's a bit cheesy. I wonder if this is what Fred tastes like.
OK. Judy, what do you think? What is that?
Some kind of cheese.
Some kind of cheese. From where?
From... What's his called place?
France?
Yeah.
France? You needed a clue for France?
Yeah.
OK, that's French époisse. OK, so this one.
Is it me?
You ready? Yeah, OK, hang on.
Oh.
Yeah.
God, you...
I can't get through these. What is this? It tastes like flesh. Some sort of...
I don't like people with weird laughs.
It feels like raw bacon.
Oh, I'll give you that. It's Romanian sallow cured back fat. OK, Judy, open your mouth. OK, wide. OK, I'll do a little spoon. There you go.
Oh, my God,
What do you think, Judy? Well, you turned on a sixpence there, didn't you?
Is there any more? I just need to taste it again.
Yeah, there is. Okay.
What is it? You like it, though, don't you, Jude?
I'll taste it. Could you tell from the way I was clapping my lips?
Yeah. You are not letting any flavour escape them lips, are you?
All this waste.
OK, what do you
I think it's like pickled cabbage or something.
Yes, I'll give you that. It's sauerkraut. OK, Rob, you got the most right. A big round of applause for Rob and Judy. Right. OK. Carrie, what do you think? What else have the Europeans given us?
They've given us art and things like that. Culture. Culture. They gave us culture.
From the Greeks to the Italians to the French.
Yeah, and we don't need it anymore after Brexit. We've got the British Museum that's full of stuff that was stolen by British people.
My dad cried when he went to the British Museum.
Why? Because he saw all his stuff.
Stolen things. All his things.
So let's get other elements of European
Come
culture.
on, move on.
Art. Loads of paintings. Dali, Picasso, Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
Well, we wouldn't have the scream emoji if it wasn't.
Mona Lisa.
Right. I wouldn't bother queuing 5 hours to see the Mona
No.
Lisa. Apparently, it used to hang on the wall of Napoleon's bedroom, didn't it? Because he used
Yeah.
to sort of revel in her beauty, which is code for wank too.
Revel in her beauty is a lovely expression, though. I was on YouPorn last night, revelling in some of the ladies' beauty.
I always get a bit frustrated by you know the statues of normally naked men? It's great, but they always get the knob wrong.
Have you ever seen a European willy, though? Because my memory of my dad's willy from growing up, honestly... I just realised what that sounded like.
Your dad's knob, paint us a picture.
And then he's like, you know, he's very hairy because he's Mediterranean, so it's like a lovely, thick, sort of black hair around it, but a bit sort of crispy, so it's like old hair.
Yeah.
Does it look a bit like, you know, like a mini egg in a cornflake cupcake?
Exactly! Exactly. Thank you, Rob.
So would you say the statues are actually quite complimentary?
Yes, honestly. Whenever there's a willy missing, because I think a lot of the willies have gone on those statues, haven't they?
Hindus.
OK, let's see if it's up there. Yes, European culture. 6 million visitors see the Mona Lisa in Paris every year. If I want to see a miserable woman looking disappointed, I could just stay home and have sex. What do you think, Rob?
I think it might be fashion.
Fashion?
You're a pretty well-dressed guy.
Yeah, fashion.
Always, French and Italians always are very smart, don't they?
All the fashion houses, they're all European, aren't they? So it's Paris Fashion Week,
Yeah.
Milan, it's big on fashion.
Croydon Fashion Week.
Croydon Fashion Week.
But why is it that they're all the most amazing? Because I agree, obviously amazing fashion houses in Europe, but then I feel like European fashion on the whole is very like a lovely tight bootcut jean, little tight tank top on a man.
Yeah. People are very dismissive of the catwalk. They just, oh, these models, they make a fortune just walking up and down. But it's not always easy. Have a look. This is a joy. Oh, it's OK, she's got it. Don't worry about that.
Don't drop the watering can.
And she's off.
Whoa! It looks easy.
The thing is, you don't need to see that on a fashion catwalk. You can see that any Saturday night in any market town in this country.
Well, I can tell you that fashion is not one of the top 3 things, but my top fashion tip, horizontal stripes can make you look fat, especially if they're the stripes in Viennetta, lasagna and Victoria sponge. OK, fingers on buzzers. What else has Europe given us?
Eurovision.
Yes.
Eurovision, of course.
Basically, Eurovision, like, can go, can't it? Like, that should go. If we've only got 12 years left on the planet, I think we can bin all of Eurovision.
Hang on, this
It's
is...
a waste
What a
of
terrible way to
electricity.
hear. We've got 12 years left.
We only enjoy it ironically. No one's enjoying it sincerely, are they?
Is it
So it's
why we
one big
voted
thing-
Leave then? Because of the Eurovision?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, because it's all shit.
Natasha, are you a fan of Eurovision?
I absolutely love it. My favourite about Eurovision, though, is, you know, when they're at the end, where they cut to all the different countries in their booths with flags, and you just know it stinks of farts and cheese and onion crisps.
I like it when they do the scores and you basically get to see every country's Stephen Mulhern. He turns up like, hello, guys! He's away from Lisbon and it's 9 points! And they've built up their little moments so big.
Well, if you...
Nish, have you ever watched it?
No! It's about 17 hours long.
Why are you all so miserable?
Listen, if I want to see someone singing badly, I'll just go down to the Milan bar in East Croydon.
Well, I can tell you that Eurovision is not in our top 3. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get.
Could it be package holidays, going to Europe for holidays?
Have you been on a package holiday?
Have I been on a package holiday, mate? The worst bit for me on a package holiday was when you're on the coach. Basically, you have to play hotel bingo. Right, well, one is sometimes you don't even know what hotel you're going to. Back in the day, you didn't. You just got recommended one. So you pull up outside and going, oh, please, no. And then they announce it, you go, oh, yeah, these losers are going, yes! And the worst was there's always one dickhead on the coach, and he just like, oh, please don't be on mine. Please don't be on mine. Because the worst is holiday friends.
Oh.
And then when someone wants to be your mate, and then you say, oh, leave me. I've got mates at home I don't like. I don't need another pair.
I only went on my first all-inclusive quite recently. I've always been a bit snobby about an all-inclusive. No disrespect, Rob.
Oh.
Right? But now I've been on one, because you get a wristband and it gives you power. Like, you can... Yes! When you've got a wristband, you can...
You're gonna punch me?
Yes! You can have everything. Yeah. So within a day, I was like under the ice cream, giving the kids cocktails, I was mainlining fizzy wine. Get a wristband!
You can't commit a crime either, just so it gets hidden away. It's all that
Definitely.
that
I'm on
happens
a gold band, I can do what I want!
What's gold band?
You know, like when you get invited to a wedding, but you've only been invited to the disco, that's blue band.
Right.
But if you've been invited to the whole shindig, gold band, mate. You can do what you like.
Eat what you want.
I've been to a lot of Indian weddings, and so if you get invited to the whole day, that's normal. And if you get invited to just the evening, that means that you're white.
Also, booking a holiday is a nightmare, booking a foreign holiday, because when you have to book it on the website and then it's stressful, because you have those pop-ups that go, 17 other people are looking at this holiday now, 3 of them have just booked this holiday, and you're like, I've got 2 kids, I'm just going to leave one! It's a nightmare. When we leave the EU, Does that mean that holidays are going to be more of a challenge, like going abroad? So we're going to have more British holidays?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I mean, it's packing for a British holiday that's a massive pain, isn't it? Because you need to pack for every season. So you've got to put a gagool in, flip-flops, snow boots, visor, factor 50, galoshes.
The only good thing about, like, if package holidays become a thing of the past is we'll avoid the sunbed thing, having to get the right sunbed. That could be a nightmare. Take a look at this footage.
Here he goes, and they're on the starter's orders. He's going to clap, and a whole swarm of them, they're off. Look at that. How mad this is, just like ants. I've never seen anything like it. We're all watching it because we're all horrified that we've had to do this every day on holiday, Lella. This has ruined my holiday.
The problem is with package holidays, there's always a geezer that's been there a bit longer than you. And they corner you going, what you want to do is you go to that bit of the beach, get an ice cream from that place there, dinner, get there at 8:15. That's when it's fresh. It's been restocked. You get there at 6, it's fresh, but who eats at 6? The Spanish eat at 10, the mad bastards. And I'm like, mate, you literally got here 12 hours before me.
But you know what? What's funny, I think, for us as British, when we go to other countries, the first thing, the priority for us is to find out which restaurant and cafe does British food. That's what it is. Not where the hospitals are, do you know what I mean? Not what my room
Who
looks
arrives on holiday and goes, right, where are the hospitals? OK, let's have a look and see if it's up there. Yes, it's package holidays. Resorts like Magaluf have become a mixture of different cultures. For instance, the most popular breakfast is a croissant washed down with a pint of Zambuca and the morning after pill. Other things Europe has given us. IKEA. I went to IKEA once, never again. I found it very stressful. You know those display toilets don't flush? I love IKEA. It's great for people who want to have a massive, bitter row with their family but can't be bothered to wait until Christmas. And the Olympics. The Greeks invented the Olympics and anal sex. I just can't be bothered with the Olympics.
Oh, I quite like the look of old Freddie.
So, Fred, you present First Date, so we asked our studio audience, would you go on a blind date?
I've never been on a blind date, but I did take my mum to Nando's after she had a detached retina operation.
Judy?
I would go on a blind date.
Have you been on a blind date?
I've been on a blind date before. His name was Adam, but when I turned up, he looked like Amanda. And I had a lucky escape because I just walked away because, obviously, he was expecting someone called Lindsay with blonde hair.
It's quite nice because there's no investment, isn't it? Like, you don't know the person. If you don't like them, you're never going to see them again. So you can just go, right, you're not a keeper, so don't speak because I want to enjoy my dinner. It's rare I get a night away from my husband. So I'm just going to sit here and enjoy my dinner. And you don't have to... you know when you're, like, younger and you go, oh, don't eat that food on a date and don't eat that food on a date because you won't... But as you get older, you let all that go. Like, I'll just put on a feed bag and just like... shush, I'm on a blind.
You've got to be really careful with that mime, I think, when we're talking about dating. Nish, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, with actually a girl who did something very similar.
Don't speak.
Well, I've never been on a blind date, and I think if I went on one now, my girlfriend would be semi-furious. But I don't really see, like... It seems like quite an exciting thing. But do people go on blind dates anymore? I thought everybody was just...
Yeah, but that's like a blind date, really, online, because they don't look nothing like what they look like on the picture.
Especially if they tell you they're blonde and called Lindsay.
Natasha?
I've never been on a date. I've been on one date and I was 20, I think I was like 23, and I was so nervous that I said I was 17. And he was... and he
Were you going on a date with R. Kelly?
No, but he was...
Have you been on Tinder? Have you ever been on Tinder?
I have, but the only thing I did on it was have, like, really disgusting, sexy conversations with really, really weird men.
How was it weird?
We're just being like, I'm a little mouse and I want some butter.
OK, well, I'm made of questions right now. You're a little mouse and you want some butter. Any other
just
examples?
So many weird... I really
Okay.
weird, just like, do you want to come and nibble on my bread tits? Are you a little rat like me? Squeak, squeak. And, you know, it was very, like, rodent-based. And then you just realise you're on your own on a Sunday afternoon in bed being like... This one man was like, I'm going to come, where are you? And I said, where are you? And he said, Tesco's.
Cilla Black must be turning in her flipping grave.
Fred, is there any hope for Natasha?
I don't know, actually.
And he believes in, like, love.
The world is very big.
Like my panties, but listen...
You're currently in a relationship, yes?
Yes.
And what was your first date like?
It was great.
Where did you go?
We went to a local place in Peckham, and yeah, we had a good time.
Was that you found your partner over here?
Yeah.
Are you going to say you could have been a contender now?
Of course.
How would you, if Fred was single, okay, what would you do now to sort of... What would be your approach?
You know something, Freddie? We have the jerk sauce. And it hot.
I like it medium.
I met my husband through a blind date.
Really?
I did.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I wasn't on the blind date with him. I went on a blind date because I'd been single for quite a long time, so I'd gone a bit feral. And someone set me up on a blind date, and I went on the blind date, and it was shit. But he introduced me to my now husband. Oh. I do think it's a nice idea in it, blind date. You might find romance through that person.
Yeah, see it as an opportunity to network.
Yes, it's networking, absolutely.
Nish, have you dating history once?
Oh, you know, Jimmy, I will have kissed my fair share of women. Brackets 3. I was Mr. French at university, French kissing. No, I mean, listen, it's a miracle that I ever managed to sexualise any lady.
Well, I mean, when you speak like that, you really feel like...
Ted Bundy confession tape.
OK, so we asked our studio audience, would you ever go on a blind date? What do you think?
Yeah.
Yes. These people. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, the answer is yes. 56% of our studio audience would go on a blind date. On the 90s TV show Blind Date, you chose a person based on the sound of their voice. Silly, really. Now we have Naked Attraction, where you just pick your favourite cock and balls. So at the end of that round, it's 3 points for Rob's team, 2 points for Kerry's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Top superpower people wish they had. What do you think?
I wish I was invisible.
What would you do if you were invisible?
Go to Fred's house.
And what would you do?
I don't even want to say.
If you'd like to hear the end of this, it'll be on some sort of fan fiction website. OK, top superpower, what do you think?
I'd like to suddenly be white. Sometimes you go to parts of the country and everyone's looking at you and you just like to be able to press a button and be like, hi, Nick Cooper. I work in accounts and wear red socks. Let's play bridge.
I went out with him.
What about, like, if you could have boiling water coming out the end of a digit to make a cup of tea?
It's more convenience power.
Yes.
And then everyone would be like, give it through the water. For God's sake, all right.
Yeah, but it'd be true if you were invisible. People would be like, go on, do
No, but you don't tell anyone.
You don't know.
You don't tell anyone you're invisible.
What's the point of having a superpower?
You'd like to be invisible as
I'd
well.
love to be invisible, but I wouldn't do anything. I'll just lay on my sofa at home and be left alone.
You wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, I'd just lay there and not be told to do anything like that.
Oh, I can imagine the thing you would do. You'd go around.
Go where?
Go around in this audience.
Doing what?
You'd be doing stuff.
I know what you mean, Fred. Really, the question is, if I was invisible, what is the second thing I would do? They think the ladies' changing rooms were haunted.
You did do that, right? Like, which is obviously very creepy, but when you're invisible, you can still bump into people. After a while, they were like, something's wrong in that changing room. I keep falling over.
Yeah. And just every so often we hear...
Natasha, what superpower would you have?
If I could work out some sort of superpower where I didn't have to go to the toilet anymore, I could just, like, ingest it somehow without it poisoning me. I just need it all the time. I'm a toilet woman. Like, I honestly... I wake up in the morning sometimes and I think, today isn't about what I have to do, it's where my piss wants to go.
That's called a urine infection, babes.
My dad, I was at home for Christmas and I came on my period, and my mum was like, can you go out and get, when you go to the shops, can you get some Sancho Stash? And he bought me back Tenner Lady. Because he just saw them. But honestly, the best thing I've ever been given. The best gift I've ever received.
So he bought them by mistake and you just leant into it and went, well, I'll use
Well,
these.
it's just like... You can't fully let go because it's too scary, but you can a little bit. You can...
You didn't just let it all hang out.
But when it's like, oh, I'll just let that out and then I'll have some time before I have to run to
There is a fine line between just a little bit and
I haven't got
self-loathing.
anyone. I'm not in a relationship. I do what I bloody want.
I think I wouldn't give up my power to use... I do a lot of my best thinking on the toilet. I have sit-down wheeze. I don't mind admitting to it. It's really...
Oh, come on!
Did you hear that? They were more... Jay judged you more than Natasha
Whoa. Let's press pause on all this. What do you mean you have sit-down wheeze?
Sometimes I have a sit-down wee. I treat myself to a sit-down... Because I'm not an animal. Treat myself to a sit-down wee. Why should ladies have all the fun?
I do that too. That's right, because you don't have to concentrate.
Exactly.
You just sit down and you relax, and that is.
To be fair, it is hard having a wee, because, like, I don't know, like... I don't want to get into the mechanics of it, but first thing in the morning, try and have a piss. It's a night, it goes everywhere.
You have to aim.
It's like the mouth of your dick's yawning.
Yeah, and sometimes he goes like that. He goes like that.
Oh, I can't do that. I think that's a French thing. Sometimes, on a night out, you know when there's like 15 in a row, I will try and piss in all of them. But hold it and go.
Has someone ever walked in as you're doing a weird crab walk across?
Yeah, but you've just got to own it. You go, mind out, mate, I'm doing the full set.
So it's all right for you, men, because you can stand up. Sometimes us women have to stand up and piss.
Really?
Yeah.
Where?
Is that when you really like a guy and he's into weird stuff?
Well, you're not going to go into any toilet and sit down on a toilet. You've got to crouch. Women, are you not behind me with this?
Have you ever used a she-wee?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've used a she-wee. It was the most liberating experience of my
A
whole...
she-wee?
A she-wee, it's like a little cardboard cup that you use to cup yourself, but I did it at, like, a festival where they were giving it out for free.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was carnage. Like, it was just loads of girls stood up with their trousers down, holding the cardboard, just pissing. Being like, what? Because, you know...
Where's this place?
One year I was at Glastonbury and, like, they have urinals on the walls of the festival. So when you're on the sort of outskirts, you can just piss up against the wall and it's fine. And I was just peeing and I just looked to my left and there was a woman just squatting next to me, having a piss. And I just looked around and she just looked at me and went, "What?" And I went...
Well, I don't know if anyone remembers, quite a long time ago, we were talking about the top superpower. Quite some time ago. OK, let's get some answers on this. Top superpower.
Is it invisibility?
Absolutely right. Yes, the top superpower people wish they had is invisibility. I know plenty of invisible people, or, as Hollywood calls them, women over 40.
Speak for yourself.
Who said that? Here's your question. Worst way to spend a Saturday night?
Is it getting a lift home from Ant after Saturday night takeaway?
Come on, you know we love him. You know we love him.
It's fun, isn't it? Don't you dare, actually. I don't like that. That man has given us so many years of his life. He has entertained me more than so many people.
There's a young woman that doesn't go out on a Saturday night.
It's exhausting going out.
If you were going out with your other half, where would you go? What's your go-to Saturday night date night?
Well, you don't have to go out anymore, do you? Because you've got, like, Netflix and you've got Deliveroo, which is like Meals on Wheels, and I can just sit on a commode. I don't need to go anywhere.
The most depressing thing there is not I can sit on a commode, but Deliveroo is like Meals on Wheels. It's such a... Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I've got the internet. I don't need to go out, and you can get messy on a night in. You don't need to go out. You can get...
Be really careful. Your drinking mime as well needs a little bit of work.
Is the worst way to spend a Saturday night watching your soon-to-be ex-wife perform on Strictly?
Oh, it must be, yeah. Oh. That is so dark and true, but yeah. I always think that must be the worst conversation when
Please
someone...
be Van Beck. Please be Van Beck. Not one of the massive fit ones.
I've had a couple of friends say, "Oh, my wife's going on Strictly."
And you're like...
Oh, right. Fucking hell.
I think the worst way to spend a Saturday night is to look at your reflection in the mirror and wonder which part of you should shave first.
Yes, Judi. Finally, some relatable content for me.
Ethnics.
And Natasha, worst Saturday night?
Is tonight a Saturday? No.
So, Nish, what was the worst Saturday night you've ever had?
Oh, I mean, let's be real. I grew up in Croydon, so, I mean, you guys have got no idea. Until you've stood at the bus stop outside the Tiger and watched a man be so drunk in the street that he vomits into a box of chips and then carries on eating them.
It was my stag do.
Oh.
Rob, I've seen someone get fingered in a kebab shop.
It was my hen do.
Do you know what? Rob? Don't call it their kebab shop.
When I was growing up, the worst was when my mum used to have an Ann Summers party. And they're downstairs cackling, and you're upstairs just hiding, trying to not hear. And all of a sudden, what you hear is a... But the only saving grace was when you find the order book, and then you could go to school on Monday and you knew whose mum had a dildo. That was the most powerful document in the school.
Surely they all must have got a dildo.
Not all of them. Karen just went for mainly lingerie.
Oh, did she? Fucking come on, Karen, push the boat out. Get the Adonis.
The Adonis?
The Adonis is when they bring out the big guns.
Oh, right.
OK, so, worst way to spend a Saturday night?
Drowning. That'd be pretty bad.
I mean, it's not what I've got on the card, but it's a very good answer, Rob, yeah.
Worst way to spend a Saturday, is it... I don't know, what is it? Working?
It's exactly the right answer.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. Yes, the worst way to spend a Saturday night is at work. Saturday night is when a lot of people make most of their money. For example, on Saturday nights, your mum can charge double for a gob job. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Kerry, Natasha and Nish have 2 points, Rob, Judi and Fred have 5 points. They're tonight's winners! Thanks to all of our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, by Joe, he's got it. It's Joe Swash. Show her the funny. It's Susie Ruffle. And Rob Beckett, their team captain. And facing them tonight, superstar DJ, it's Radio 1 Extra's Dottie. Joker of the pack, it's Harriet Kemsley. And Josh Whitcomb, their guest team captain. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, the Queen travels with an entourage of 34 people, including Prince Philip, and 33 people trying to keep Prince Philip alive? 85% of bikini bottoms never get wet. Fair enough. Who gets turned on by fat guys in Speedos? And 60% of the world's largest animals are in danger of going extinct. That's why there's no time to waste. If you want to shoot an elephant, do it now. Don't wait to nail one of those fat slags. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight, it's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 things to do before you're 30. Rob, what do you think people want to do before they're 30?
Threesome. I can say, before you're 30, people, I'm sure, like to move out.
Yes.
Yeah. Get their own place.
How old were you when you moved out of home?
18.
That's young.
Yeah. I had a small house and a lot of brothers, so if my aunties come over, my mum would go, find somewhere to sleep this weekend. Auntie's coming. So I just say to my mate, can I stay at your house this weekend?
How many aunties did you have?
I've got loads. My nan and granddad had about 15 brothers and sisters each. And
Is Nan and granddad are rabbits?
Yeah, they are rabbits.
That's the teeth, isn't it?
My granddad... That's the teeth.
Sometimes, you know, sometimes it's a cheap shot, but it's a bullseye.
But that's the thing, people moan now, because it's expensive to buy your own place, that there's loads of people living at home with their parents, right? And they can't move out, they're 30s or 40s or whatever, it's so expensive. But if you want to get rid of your kids, you can do it quickly. All you've got to do is just start getting off with each other in the kitchen. Just a little cuddly, a little arse grab there, because if I saw my mum cupping my dad's balls, I would have been in the Navy at
14. Susie, what age were you when you moved out?
I was 18 as well.
And
Dizzy
then
Heights,
never
London.
moved back?
No, I go back a bit now, but every time I go home now, my mum's like, oh, you treat this place like a hotel. And so I did what any of us would have done. I left a bad TripAdvisor review. Just 2 stars, the maid was very rude.
Do you know what I do in hotels?
Yeah.
I'm revealing too much today. I don't know what's happened. I've had truth juice. If I'm in a hotel, I will trim my pubes there.
What?
Oh, mate!
So do you bring the scissors, or do you order down
No,
to reception?
I've got a beard trimmer. If I do it at home, it's a bit of a mess, and you can never clear it all up. A bit of wind. It's everywhere, isn't it?
If your mum walks in and you're trimming your pubes, that can't be great.
No, it's not ideal.
At least she knows you're tidy.
When your mum says, go upstairs and have a tidy round... I don't think she means that.
Oh.
And if she does, definitely move out. Do you manscape, Josh?
I don't, actually. Do you think I should get into it?
Well, I just think... I'm looking at your hair, I'm imagining downstairs is... It's like a pistachio in a bird's nest.
You never trim your pubes.
No, but I'm going to as soon as I get home. It's
It's a whole new world for you, mate.
So where do you start?
Well, wherever there's hair.
So you just go full skinhead?
No, you can do as much as you want off.
You got to be careful of the nuts, though, because sometimes they fall between the teeth of the blade.
Yeah.
Oh, how small are your nuts?
Tiny little nuts.
What age were you when you moved out, Joe?
Like 21 when I went. It was a difficult transition, really, because I had a lot of incidents when I moved out and I moved into my house. Like, I set fire to it. I set fire to my duvet, but my duvet was made of duck feathers, so it was just like thousands of duck feathers on fire. So I didn't know what to put out. I was fucking...
A bit like when you're trimming your pubes,
yeah,
it's everywhere.
How did you set fire to your duvet?
I had a candle on.
Why'd you have the candle out?
It was a lavender candle, and it was helping me
That
sleep.
doesn't matter. Oh, OK, fair enough.
Yeah.
So you had it on overnight?
Yeah. And I must have put a duvet over it. But then when it got into the mattress...
She was asleep when it started...
Yeah, I was asleep. And then I thought the dog was in the mattress, thought I've killed the fucking dog.
You thought the dog was in the mattress?
No, because there's so much smoke and the dog was in bed with me and I thought, oh, fuck, I've killed the dog.
How were you allowed to live on your own?
Then Then I'm not even going to tell you about the floods. I had a few bad floods.
You're going to tell us about the floods. What happened with the floods?
I had a period of 2 months where I had about 8 floods.
Oh, my God. What happened the next week? A plague of locusts?
Honestly. I've learned my lesson, like, ever since. I've not had a flood since. But
So what was the lesson? What did you...
Turn off the taps.
Turn the taps off.
Do you think you're going to make a good dad? I think you'll be a lot of fun as a dad.
Yeah, I've got a little boy already who's 11, and he's still alive, so I'm doing good.
I've just had a baby. It changed my perception of everything. Like, honestly, previously,
Yeah.
I'd like worry about my own mortality, but now, quite happily be dad.
Does having a baby affect your voice at all? Because you sound... Does it involve a lot of shouting, having a baby?
Shut up! Shut up! When are you moving out?
Well, what about you, Jossie? Do you still live at home?
I done that thing where you move out, but then you move back in, and then you move out, like trial periods. But
Right.
third time lucky, I left.
So with your parents, you've had, like, a trial separation?
Exactly.
Right.
And then we rekindled, and then I left eventually at 25.
Did you pop back for food and washing?
Occasionally, but I have now figured out the washing machine, but that was touch and go. First few years.
Harriet, when did you move out?
I moved out when I was like 19, but I live in quite a small place. But then I don't think we deserve houses, though. You know what I mean? Like millennials, like baby boomers, they've been through like the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Cold War. Like, what have us millennials been through? What, like the Ice Bucket Challenge? Do you know what I
The older baby boomers that are angry really do annoy me because it's so hard to buy somewhere now. It's so difficult. And these people, they're in a house and they're just so angry all the time. And it's a house they bought in like 1963 next to a tube station for 900 quid. They then have a go at millennials for not buying a house because we eat avocado. Yeah. If they know that avocados aren't 400 grand. Because if they were, I wouldn't smash them.
I've got a fact for you. Here's a fact. Economists predict millennials will find it easier to get on the property ladder in 2034, as this is a year that a lot of baby boomers are expected to die.
Come on!
OK, 2034. I'm looking at you.
He's not making it to 2034.
I'll tell you what, Joe, he'll be lucky to make it to the end of the show. OK, let's have a look and see if moving out's up there. Yes, indeed, the number one thing. People want to move out of their parents' house. Even at the age of 26, my mum did all my washing. I remember sitting in the bath thinking, Mum, I'm 26, I'm old enough to wash up my own now. OK, next thing, other things people want to do by the age of 30, what do you think?
I think people want to try and drive, maybe.
Yes, learn to drive.
Can you drive, Harriet?
I can, like, everyone's surprised.
You can
but
drive?
I can drive a car. My friend, though, right, she's got a Mini, and they've got this thing where if you're in a Mini, you wave at the other Mini, but I drive a Nissan Micra, and every time I drive, everyone honks and yells, "Get off the road, you stupid bitch!" It's a Nissan Micra thing. That's what we do, yeah.
Dottie, do you drive?
I do drive. I didn't pass my theory test the first time round because I didn't realise you had to study. Thought it was like one of those common sense things. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then there are the signs which I wasn't ready for, the signs.
My favourite sign is falling rocks. Because what am I meant to do? That sign might as well just be a picture of falling rocks and just say, be lucky.
I've seen deer ones, like Beware the Deer. I saw a frog one the other day. You ever seen a frog one?
Yeah. Frog?
What the fuck are we got to look out for a frog for? oh, sorry, I didn't know tarmac was a new habitat. The road. Fuck off to a pond.
If you're watching frogs, I'm sorry, but Rob said, fuck off back to your pond.
I killed an owl once.
You killed an owl?
Yeah. I was driving a car, it wasn't like on purpose. It like spread its wings and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and then I killed it. It was so sad. Then it was the end of my road and I had to drive past it every day.
Can I ask, were you expelled from Hogwarts?
Yeah.
Josh, do you drive?
I failed my first test after 3 minutes. I knew I'd failed when he said the words, "Watch out for that lorry." But I'd done better than someone else had seen at the test centre. I watched a woman, she walked out, got in her car, went to go forwards, but reversed onto a bank, the wheels spun, and then her and her examiner just got out and went back into the test. She failed within a second.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again.
I failed a few times my driving test. One of them, I got in trouble because I saluted a magpie.
What?
On my driving test, because it's bad luck not to, but it's worse luck to take your hand off the wheel whilst changing lanes.
My dad taught me to drive, but he's a black cab driver, so I make everyone sit in the back. Only take cash, and I've got some very strong views on Brexit.
Do you drive?
I do drive, yeah.
You had a few tests, though, didn't you?
I had a couple of tests, yeah.
How many?
I had about 4 tests, but...
4?
Weirdly...
Four? Was it 4?
I had about 6 tests, but... Weirdly...
6 tests?
It was 7 times.
The test's mental, though. Reverse round the corner?
Oh.
Fuck off!
What is a mini roundabout? You cannot drive round a mini roundabout. You got to do a 3-point turn to get round one of them fucking things. But in the end, I've done one of those 5-day courses. So, like, you start on Monday, and by Saturday, I was on the A12. It was the scariest thing in the world. I passed.
It took you 6 days to do a 5-day course.
Still trying to find the 6th gear.
Let's have a look and see if learning to drive is up there. Yes, indeed, learning to drive. When you're learning to drive, remember the basics. Mirror, signal, crap, I didn't see the cyclist, swerve, crunch, stop, get out, scream, load up the boot, drive, park, dig, bury, pretend it never happened. Easy. 17% of young people don't have a licence, but just use the taxi of mum and dad, which is fine if you're taking your girlfriend to the cinema, but a bit awkward if you want a finger blaster in the car after. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. What do people want to do before they're 30? What do you think, Josh?
Skinny dipping.
Have you ever been skinny dipping?
Of course I haven't. Can't swim, don't want to die naked. I could go skinny paddling, but that looks awful on a beach.
Surely, like, if you're going to be naked, the beach is the worst place to be. Because it gets everywhere, doesn't it?
I'd rather someone was naked than wearing a Speedo, though, because I think a Speedo's like suspense in a horror film, you know? Like, you know something terrible is happening, but you don't know what the monster looks like.
Dottie, you ever been skinny dipping?
I haven't been skinny dipping because, you know when you've seen yourself naked in private?
Oh, yes.
Not when you're flexing in the mirror. Have you ever caught yourself by accident? When you've just caught your reflection, like, in a toaster.
Yeah, in a toaster. Did you toast naked, then?
No, I've got a small flat.
There was a water park in Stoke-on-Trent that were doing, like, a nudist day for the family.
Oh, no.
Oh.
And it was £21 to get in, and I couldn't help but think, I don't get change. Like, where are you going to put that? And there's £9. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, that's my problem with that event.
Yeah.
I mean, it's difficult for blokes to go skinny dipping because it's all a bit of a laugh when you're flaccid. As soon as you get a lob on, it's gone weird, apparently.
I can tell you, skinny dipping is not up there. I went skinny dipping. It was exciting and liberating and fun. The only issue, really, is I got banned from seniors aquarobics. All right, fingers on buzzers. Another thing to get.
Is it travelling or backpacking? People love doing that.
Travelling.
Year out.
Did you ever do that? Were you a traveller?
Yeah, in my blood, my nan's side.
Susan, do you ever go travelling?
No, it's not for me. I don't really like roughing it. And everyone that I've ever met that's like, I've been backpacking, I've been like, you're a prick.
Oh.
So...
the worst are people that go to Thailand for a full moon party. We've got a moon here. What's that full moon party thing? They always go, oh, I had a great time. I had this bucket of whiskey and coke. It weren't a full moon you enjoyed. You had a bucket of whiskey and coke.
Dottie, have you been travelling?
Travelling, but not backpacking. I'm a risky... I like to travel without travel insurance. Chances are you're going to be all right. So I'm risk-averse on the holiday because I've got no insurance. So I can't go backpacking because...
That's too risky.
It's too risky.
Do you know you can just get insurance?
The other thing about sort of roughing it, the point you made, you know, because backpacking, you do have to rough it. Oh. This is a guy in Thailand, he's travelling, and he finds a cockroach in his room, but he sort of mans up, he handles the situation.
Because I'm terrified of creepy crawlies. Once I moved into a flat and I was moving the sofa and there was like a properly big, massive, hairy spider behind it. And I didn't know what to do, so I went out, I locked the door in case he had keys. I thought, I'm gonna have to do something about this. So I went next door to my neighbour, who I had never met, and said, I've got this massive spider in my living room, can you help me? He didn't speak any English. So I was like, oh, come with me. And then I moved the sofa. It turns out he spoke a little bit of English, which was, ooh, he's a big bastard.
I hated backpacking. Went to America, hated it. Hated the hostels. Oh. There's a reason there's a film franchise called Hostel and it's a horror movie. There's no film franchise about horror movies called Malmaison.
Well, I can tell you, backpacking is not one of the top things to do before you're 30, but backpacking around the world is incredible for anyone who enjoys holidays but wishes there was a bit more waking up in an ice bath, missing your kidneys action. Right, fingers on buzzers, one more thing still to get.
Is it, like, falling in love, getting a boyfriend or girlfriend and stuff like that? People want to meet someone?
How old were you when you first fell in love?
When did I have my first Ferrero Rocher?
Joe, have you ever been in love?
I fell in love with a swimming pool blower in Tenerife. I remember...
A swimming pool what, sorry?
A swimming... You know, like a swimming pool filter that filters that water, then blows it back in. I was about 10 and I went past it and went, oh. And then... We had a relationship for about 2 weeks before I had to go home.
And what would you do with the...
I'd just sort of lean up against it and just let it blow on my willy. I didn't put two and two together and realised I didn't know what wanking was at the time. So I just thought I had found something that no one else knew about.
What annoys me is my mates that are married and got married before Tinder and all that. They go, oh, I missed Tinder, didn't I? If I was on Tinder... Oh, imagine. I'll clean up. I was like, no, you wouldn't. Because Tinder, Steve, will not change your face, your personality, or your gambling addiction.
I couldn't use Tinder because growing up on Dartmoor, there's just no one in my area. It had just been...
There's always family. Oh, look, Mum's up for it. I'll pop downstairs.
I think Tinder's good, though. I think it's a great way of reminding women that men are gross. We don't have to leave the house.
Dottie, have you been in love?
I'm really, really, really fickle. So I'm easily put off. So I'll be like, this is the one. Oh, yeah, this is it for me.
And then what's the most minor thing that's put you off?
Farts.
So your current partner, she's perfect.
I wouldn't say perfect, but we're pretty good. She's done well so far.
It's the vote of confidence you're looking for.
5 years, no farts. So I don't know where she does it, but...
5 years, no farts. You know she's going to explode at some point.
I was there for Susie when you had a breakup once, wasn't I?
Yeah. So we were going to a tour show. We had quite a long drive together and I'd literally been dumped on the morning.
I phoned my agent, but it was too late to change the support act.
And so I was driving and weeping and driving and weeping, and we got to the place we were having dinner.
And so Josh made you drive?
You heard how my test went, mate.
Probably for the best, yeah.
And then we got to the place we were having dinner, and I looked a mess, because I'd just been dumped, and the guy put my dinner down in front of me and went, "Can I get anything else, sir?" And then Josh laughed so hard, he had to go outside, ring one of our mutual friends and go, "You're not going to believe this. Russell got dumped this morning and now she's been mistaken for a man. It's literally the best day of my life."
Harriet, how long have you been married now?
Nearly 2 years. But my parents, they've been married 38 years. I know, it's quite impressive, but they told me recently that I was their greatest achievement, which I just thought is so sad. But it's particularly sad for my brother.
Love's got a bit out of hand. Because back in the day, you basically just go to your local disco, get pissed, stand near a girl and end up marrying them. That was basically it, that was it. You just sort of...
You know your wife's going to watch this, right? I mean, dress it up a bit.
I met her at work, actually.
Did you meet her at work?
Yeah, we went out, I stood near her, got married.
So proposing, that's a big romantic moment in life. That's really when you know you're falling in love. Yeah. Take a look at this guy proposing on a private plane. Pretty swish.
Accidentally told me that my girlfriend was going to propose to me. I say accidentally. My girlfriend asked my mum if we could get married. And my mum, sort of afterwards, we were sort of having a drink together and she sort of let me know. She sort of went, "Here, Sue, do you reckon you and Alice are going to get married?" And I went, "Oh, yeah, I hope so." She went, "Do you think you'd want to do the proposing?" The only reason she's saying this is because I've got short hair. And Alice has got long hair. And she's like, "Oh, she deserves the proposal. She's making the effort." And I said, "Oh, I don't know, yeah, maybe." And Mum went, "If you want to, I'd crack on." It's like,
Did you propose? Did she propose?
She proposed. It was very sweet. It was in our flat, and she said, "I think we should spend the rest of our lives together." I said, "That sounds lovely." And then because I knew that she was thinking of proposing, so for the last, 4 months, every time she, went to tie her shoelace, I was like, "Yes! Nothing! Nothing!" So, yeah, it was really sweet, and so we had this really sort of emotional, lovely moment, and then the cat immediately had a shit in the corner. And I was like, "Oh!" And that's life, isn't it?
I'm actually just realising why they put us on separate teams. They're trying to spread out the gay.
Because it's catching. Watch out, Harriet.
But they've concentrated the cockney. In one little corner.
No, I'm cock no, thanks.
I had some disastrous, first dates, when I started dating. I had one at uni where I had a date with the girl that was the room below me, and I thought, well, maybe, we'll go back to mine, Basically, she called off the date because an hour before, when she was getting ready, she could hear me hoovering my room. She just presumed I was being too presumptuous.
Oh. Were you? Presumably you just trimmed your pubes. Well, let's see. Falling in love is up there. Of course, falling in love. Most young people these days try and find love online with apps like Tinder. If you've never used Tinder, think of it as sort of like Deliveroo for chlamydia. The biggest turn-off for me in a dating profile is when a woman says she's got a couple of kids and you realise one of them is you. A quarter of young people think marriage should be a temporary contract like a mobile phone deal. It's not a bad idea. I'd go for unlimited sexts, I'd like to do a bit of roaming, and if I drop her, I'd like an upgrade, no questions asked. So those were the top things to do before you're 30. But also on the list, starting a business. The young woman who lives opposite me has just started her own webcam business. I'm sure she'll be delighted when she finds out. What do you like the look of?
The brain.
The brain, OK. According to a recent study, having small electric shocks can improve your memory. So we asked our studio audience, do you think you've forgotten everything you learnt at school? Yes or no? What do you think?
Oh, I've not forgotten anything. All of it's up there. Sin, cos, tan, Pythagoras, hypotenuse, protractors.
That sounds like people in your gang.
Bunsen burners, the Tudors, and frying beanbags.
There was a lot of throwing beanbags.
A lot of throwing beanbags. More beanbag than Tudor, if you ask me.
Harry, do you remember much from school?
I remember everything from school, which I think suggests I didn't go to a very good school.
What do you know? List the things you know. We've got time.
Volcanoes, cats, hats.
It sounds like one Dr.
Bats.
Zeus book. Did you go to school, Joe?
A long time ago, I did a few times.
Was it like a class that they had within the... what I can only assume is a secure unit? Did you remember much from school?
You know what? My school weren't really the environment to learning. My school was the kind of place...
It's an absolute joy. It's a bloody joy. My school wasn't really a learning environment.
My school was the kind of place that if you needed to go to the toilet, you'd go home because you wouldn't take the risk of doing it in the school. It was pretty rough, my school.
It was so rough you couldn't shit there. Dottie, what were you like at school?
I was the one that got kicked out of the class quite a lot.
Oh, right, OK.
That was me. I think they weren't challenging me.
What kind of challenge did you want?
I just felt like, I don't need this stuff. Do you know what I mean? When am I going to use this?
All the time. Yesterday, I was with a mate and we had 7 apples.
Right.
And he said to me, he said, I want a third of them. How are we going to work this out? But I don't remember. I can use a Bunsen burner.
But when have you ever had to use that? Do you know what I mean?
All the time, friend will come round. Cup of tea. Pop on the Bunsen burner. Blue flame.
Rob, can I ask you, you went to a big school, right?
Yes.
How many pupils do you reckon, roughly?
There's thousands of kids there.
Thousands of kids?
Yeah.
How many kids at your school, Josh?
There was 4 in my year.
And did you know them all?
That's the whole year?
Yeah.
Were you in a foster home? Was it definitely a school?
I didn't think it was weird, because I just realised... I presumed all the schools were that small, and then you grow up and you realise...
They're not.
That you're in an Enid Blyton novel.
No, mate, what are the famous for?
Famous for?
Well, they say that school gets you prepared for real life, OK? But at my school, if you didn't have your PE kit, you did it in your pants.
Yeah.
When I started work at Sainsbury's, if I forgot in my uniform, they didn't make me put the yoghurts with my knob out.
All right, so what do you think? Do you think you've forgotten everything you learned at school? What do you think, yes or no?
We're going to go no.
OK, no. What do you think, Josh?
Looking at this audience, they've forgotten everything they learned.
Well, I can tell you, the answer is no. 63% of our audience say they haven't forgotten what they learned at school.
Well done to them.
For a lot of people, school was a waste of time, like, for example, Rob's teachers. OK, we are going to attempt a memory test now. So there's this theory that getting an electric shock increases your memory. Joe, Josh, come and join me in the middle for the special 8 out of 10 Cats memory test. OK, there are 20 objects under here.
Oh.
I'm going to show them to you. All you have to do is memorise them. Understood?
Yeah.
OK. Now, you've been fitted with electric shock pads. Apparently, electric shocks help your memory. In fact, I'll give you a little boost now, OK? Little memory boost.
All right, go on. Oh, Jimmy, turn it down a little bit.
OK.
Just a little bit, make my nipples go hard.
We're going to do a little test. Boost your memory. Here we go.
It's nice in a way, though.
Oh, it's not. You like
OK, let's play the 8 out of 10 Cats memory test. OK. You ready? You've got 20 seconds to
20
memorise
seconds?
20 objects. Right. OK, there you go. OK, so you've got tomato, you've got sunglasses, got a rubber glove, you've got a dinosaur, you've got half a Scotch egg, got a pizza cutter. That's a kazoo.
Kazoo.
That's a rubber ducky.
I'd leave that one, Joe.
Right, wait there 1 second.
That is it, OK. It's pretty easy. Now, all you've got to do is name those 20 objects.
Yeah.
Easy.
OK, you go first.
Kazoo.
OK, Josh, you'll go.
Kazoo. No,
Joe, you'll go.
Orange.
We'll give you that. Satsuma.
Cheers.
Tomato.
We had some. Oh, Jimmy!
You're not allowed to hesitate.
I wasn't hesitating. I was about to say it.
What were you about to say?
I was about to say the little heart glasses.
Dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
A dinosaur. A dice.
Teeth.
Oh, a tea bag.
Correct.
Playing card.
Oh, There was
Which playing card?
Oh, I know which
Which
was.
playing card?
Get it wrong,
Oh,
got
come
buzzing.
on,
Buzzing,
mate.
buzzing.
10. Ow! 8 spades. 10 spades.
8 spades.
10
Go on,
spades.
get in. Who got it right? Is it my go?
Yeah, you'll go, yeah.
A pen.
I'm blue on the bus.
Teeth! Teeth!
I've said it!
Jimmy, let go of it! It's like making us sweat.
Oh, I can't. Oh, no, I can't remember anymore. No. A tray! It was all on a tray!
It was on a tray, yeah. Joe?
Are we still playing? We must have done it by now. We had a rubber ducky.
Yes, pearl necklace.
Yes,
Don't,
and
Jimmy.
we had a rubber glove.
Come on,
Yes,
how am
Jimmy,
I being
do it.
beaten by Joe Swash at this?
Well, that's...
Oh! I can't think of any more.
Never do it to him, Jimmy.
No!
Never do it to him.
I'll give you each other's. At the end of that, you both did really well. At the end of that, you both did really well. You each get a point. Most annoying habit. What do you think?
Is it when someone at work's got a really annoying laugh?
Is it...
Is it when you make the bed if you put the duvet over the pillows instead of under it? No, it's not. Good. Well, because someone's on my fucking girlfriend. Is the most annoying habit leaving droplets on the shower door rather than sponging it down afterwards? No, it's not. What is she doing to me?
You have to wipe down the shower after you have a shower.
Yeah. It's a shower. It cleans itself.
Is it not having your method of payment ready when it's time to pay?
Oh, yes.
Oh, and someone will you be queuing up for ages,
Yeah.
and they get there and it's like a shock to them.
Like, what did you think you were queuing up for?
Harriet, what do you think? Most annoying thing?
Is it when someone tags you in a meme and they're like, this is just like you, but then you look at it and it's nothing like you and you just think that no one knows you at all?
I just hate couples holding hands, hogging pavements.
I get annoyed with people when you're walking down the street and they just stop dead.
Yeah.
What's that?
Normally a stroke.
What do you think, Susie, most annoying habit?
When you send a WhatsApp, then you can see that they've read it and they don't respond.
Oh, I'll get back to you. Yeah, I don't like WhatsApp. Everything about it freaks me out. When you're writing and you know people can see your writing and the pressure gets too much. Love it, though, when someone's writing for like a minute and it just goes, yes. You think, how many ways did you try and draft no?
Rob? Eating loudly.
Oh, I hate that. Stacey does that. She eats crisps like someone's turned the volume up in her mouth. You know what I mean? It's always
what crisp is it, though? Because that can affect it. Do you know what I mean? Like a quaver's a subtle one.
Yeah.
You go McCoy, that is...
You know, like, she's more of a Dorito.
Oh,
It's quite a real initial big crunch, then loads of little crunches. But yeah, that annoyed me. But I've got over that. It took me a good couple of years to get over that. But I can deal with that now.
Anything else that annoys you about Stacey?
She makes me go to bed at like 8 in the afternoon. What she does is, yeah...
You had us at 8 in the afternoon.
No, she goes to bed really early, but she makes me go to bed with her.
Oh, really?
And then she goes to sleep, and I'm just sort of sat there. thinking, fucking hell, what am I doing here? Why am I sitting here at like
8 in the afternoon?
All right, let's get some answers. Most annoying habit.
Being on your phone.
That's it. Always being on the phone.
Yeah.
Here we go. Comeback starts there.
Yes, the most annoying habit is someone always being on their phone. Some people are just plain rude on the phone. My nan called the other day to say, help, help, I've fallen down there, and then just went quiet. I hung up. I haven't got time for games. OK, final question. Most common thing people pretend to know about. What do you think?
The alphabet, I still don't know it. I thought I knew it. Like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but my daughter started going preschool and apparently I don't know it. The way you teach them is like the alphabet's like... And then it gets like giraffe and it's like G for giraffe. It don't work, but that's the way you got to teach them.
Oh, that seems crazy. Susie, do you ever pretend to know about anything?
I think wine is a classic one of people pretending they, like, well, you know, what's the year? The only time I'm going to be asking what the year is if I'm so blind drunk I actually don't know what year it is.
People are a bit, like, annoying with healthy eating. They pretend, they always say, oh, you're doing a diet. You must eat more kale. It's so good for you. So much iron in it. If it's got so much iron in it, why aren't these dirty thieves going in my fridge and nicking it? Taking it down a scrap metal yard. There's that much iron in it.
Dirty thieves, that's no way to talk about your family. What do you pretend to know about, Joe?
Me? I don't think I get away with it anymore, so I just stop pretending.
That checks out. Harriet?
People always pretend to me that they know about art. Like, everyone's always like about Vincent van Gogh. They're like, the sunflowers, they're like, oh, it's about the vagaries of time or something. I'm like, did you know him? Maybe you just like yellow?
I pretended to know what wind is the other day. Someone asked me what wind was. They said, do you know what wind is? And I said, yeah. And then I realised, I don't. Do you know what it is?
Oh, my God, I don't know.
No one knows.
It's when things blow.
Yeah, no, I know what wind is. But no one knows.
What causes wind?
We're all walking around pretending we know what wind is.
Is it because the Earth's spinning?
It's not because the Earth's spinning. Joe, what about when there's no wind? Have we stopped?
At least I'm chucking in some ideas.
OK, most common thing people pretend to know about. Dottie, what do you think?
Brexit?
Well, Brexit, when people mention it as well, I can't get into a conversation about this. It changes too often.
Oh, it's a good out. I just piece together headlines that I've read and try and come up with, like, a coherent sentence. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh, the backstop is just... 12th May.
Well, I think Dottie sort of got it, haven't you?
Politics, Brexit.
That's it.
Yes.
Cool. Yes, the most common thing people tend to know about is politics. Everyone should read up about politics. It's incredibly important to know who you pretended to vote for because you slept in on the morning of the election. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show. I can tell you that Rob, Joe and Susie are tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night. Well, thank you for watching 8 out of 10 Cats. If you want to watch another episode, you know, feel free, or, you know, pop to Pornhub for some different kind of fun. Good luck. You can also go to jimmycarr.com and buy tickets to see me live. I'd love that. I'd like it if you liked and subscribed. But, you know, don't feel pressured. Do your thing. You be you.